Hey, what's going on, everyone? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. If you are just finding this stream for the first time, welcome. We talk and track all things weather, and right now the big story is, of course, the potential tornado outbreak in the deep south and then the snow and ice storm in the north. The snow and ice storm is looping above my head. The most concerning point now, as we come back with you, is these nasty tornado warned storms in parts of Louisiana. These are going to be just to the west of Alexandria, north of DeRidder, south of Shreveport. But there are some concerning cells here. That is going to be the most concerning one here. We have nothing confirmed as being on the ground, but that looks very, very healthy. The rotation does. So we're going to do analysis on this. Please post in the comments where you are watching from, and we are going to get all in it again as we have some nasty weather unfolding pretty much right on schedule, unfortunately, here. So if you are watching in northwest Louisiana, I'm going to back this up to kind of show you really north central west Louisiana. I'm going to back this up a little bit to show you exactly where we are. Shreveport is here. Alexandria is here. DeRidder is here. As we zoom back in, this is where the tornado warning is, right around for many Louisiana, Zwolle, Louisiana, and this just continues to get even more intense. Hey, what's going on, Weather Watcher? That's right. Roll it right on. Hey, what's going on in the thumb of Michigan? Unreal right now. Yeah, no confirmed tornado on the ground at this point, but that is a very intense tornado vortex signature we are going to put on. Looks like we have a little bit of a lowering of correlation coefficient. Nothing at this time. We're going to circle that. I'm going to go back up to the reflectivity. It's in the, wow. All right, so here we go. There's the hook echo. So this thing, you see it here? This is... There's the forward flank downdraft up here. There's the hook. So this is a nasty one right now. You need to be in your safe place if you live in this area. Again, these little hash marks here represent every 15 minutes. So again, if you're not right now, it looks like it's going to go on the north side of many Louisiana. If you're watching from Pleasant Hill, if you're watching from Pleasant Hill, please get to your safe place now because we have a very serious situation unfolding here. So far, the strongest storm of the day, no doubt. If you are watching this video, please give it a thumbs up. It does help YouTube push this out to more people, and I want to give people as much notification as possible. We're going to get back down into this thing because we have a very big hook. We have some range folding going on. So we at least have a very, very strong rotation in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. Looks like we might start to have a drop out there. Not enough, though, for me to say that that is on the ground. So that is one tornado warrant storm. That's going to be, I mean, you got the hook and everything. I'm going to go back down to this other one. Check out the velocity real quick while we can. Appreciate that, my man. Appreciate that. As we take a look, the rotation's certainly not as intense the one southwest, but here it is. We'll draw it out. There's the tornado vortex signature here. This is near San Augustine. We're back in Texas now. Yeah, so this is on the Texas side. Here is the Texas-Louisiana border, right about in here. There is tornado number 1. There's tornado number 2, at least tornado warning. Both of these could be producing, though. This one is range folded like crazy. We have some very, very strong winds right there. This is going to be in the middle of Zwolle, or Zwolle. My apologies if I am saying that completely wrong. But that is where we are really concerned with It's a byproduct of me having too many tabs open because I just exit out something that I needed. The National Weather Service chat. See if there's any storm chasers on those areas. Again, please, if you are just tuning in, give this video a thumbs up. It will help more people see it on YouTube. We have a very dangerous storm. A lot of rotation. We're going to go check in on the correlation coefficient. Now, what this does is helps us determine if there is, in fact, a tornado on the ground as the radar sees things. Now, this is about, it's pretty close. It looks like that the beam is shooting about 3,000 to 3,500 feet up in the air. So, again, the debris would need to be lofted about that high for the radar to see it. That's what correlation coefficient does. It looks like we might start to have a dropout there. We're going to go back to the regular reflectivity, see what's going on. Iconic supercell thunderstorm embedded here. Doesn't look as well defined as it did just about 5 minutes ago. But we are going to stay on that and to get back into and also anybody watching from eastern Oklahoma or East Texas, we are going to have a likely tornado watch coming soon. There's one in effect for Arkansas already, but there's going to be one that's likely going to be needed, or that will be needed, elsewhere. So those are the two tornado warnings near the Louisiana-Texas border. We also have, again, right on schedule, tornado warned storms in and around Little Rock. So we're going to go take a look at those. We're going to turn off the radar marker. These are going to be west of Little Rock. Here is Little Rock. There is our little cell here. We are going to get into that. Go back into the velocity. There's some spin. It's certainly not as intense, though, as what we're seeing down south. Pardon me for the radar jostling. We're going to go to the western one here. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some spin there, but it's not as... shows up a little bit better in the storm relative velocity. So if you're living in Clarksville, Arkansas, Morrison Bluff, Coal Hill, this is to your east in Coal Hill. You want to make sure you're going to get into your safe place now. Yeah, I definitely think that one could as well. For those tuning in, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, and we are tracking here the severe weather threat unfolding. If you're coming here for the snow side of this, I have the radar looping from from South Dakota and Nebraska. You see the snow and ice, so some nasty stuff going on up there, but we have potentially life-threatening stuff going on in parts of Arkansas and certainly Louisiana and Texas right now, with the two more impressive storms that we have seen so far are underway in these areas. Trying to get a gauge here. All right, so that tornado watch that had been out for a lot of Arkansas has now been extended. So I'm going to try to bring that up for you in another window to kind of show you where that is if you are tuning in elsewhere from, and you're not in Louisiana, Texas, or Arkansas. This is the storm in question here. We're going to put all these little lines here are 15-minute increments. The good news is it doesn't look like there's too much around. It's splitting the difference in between Zwoli and Many. National Weather Service out of Shreveport continuing that tornado warning as they should. This is likely now going to be extended up Pleasant Hill. So this is, if you're watching from Pleasant Hill, let me put this on a spin for you. It's kind of drifting due north. So as we kind of watch this thing go in and out, the rotation is very significant here. Pleasant Hill, again, heads up, you need to be in your safe place. This is going to be on your doorstep by 3 o'clock Central Time. So these times you see here are in Eastern. So again, this is going to be 3:01 in Pleasant Hill, 3:16 just to the north of the city. We'll see if it holds together or not, but don't take that chance. Get to your safe place right now. Again, I know you're not officially in that tornado warning. There you go. Now you are. It was just extended by the National Weather Service there. So now you are officially in that tornado warning. You're likely hearing bells and whistles going off if you live in this area. So again, keep that in mind that we are now in that tornado warning. Still no confirmation, no ground confirmation. I'm going to put this back on pause. We are going to go check in on the reflectivity. Still has that hook. And then we're going to take a look at correlation coefficient. It's not dropped out enough for me to say that there's one on the ground or not. So if you are just tuning in, welcome. You are watching coverage of the tornado-warned storms that are moving through extreme East Texas into western Louisiana. We also continue to have now one tornado warning. The good news is the one even further west of Little Rock, closer to Fort Smith, has now been allowed to expire. We're going to go check in on this one, although this one was not very intense. And we had said that right before that they'd canceled that tornado warning. And yeah, I mean, this rotation here to the west of Little Rock is not impressive at all. So again, some good news there in the short term. Let me just bring up the storm relative velocity. There's a little bit. It's just a little bit. Don't let your guard down, though. You need to be in your safe place. If you are watching from Perryville, Adona, Perry, Houston, that's Houston, Arkansas. This is just to the west of Little Rock and North Little Rock. Okay, so just keep that in mind. This is going to be west of the Little Rock metro area. Of most concern at this present time is going to be these tornado-warned storms down for us in Louisiana. So we're going to get back into it now. Hey, what's going on again, Carrie? Thanks for hopping back on. The good news is for Memphis, there's nothing concerning right now. It is just some very heavy rain, some thunder and lightning moving through. So the good thing is you do not have to be worried in Memphis. Again, these are just a few scattered thunderstorms. I think our threat's going to come a little bit later on in Memphis. So again, just keep that in mind. Again, stay weather aware through the rest of the afternoon until about midnight tonight. Our main severe weather threat right now is back to the west of Little Rock, and that will arrive a little bit later. We're going to go back and check in on Louisiana. Absolutely, buddy. Stay safe. We're going to go back and check in on Louisiana. Turning the radar back on. There are our two supercells outlined in red. I'm trying to turn on my watches for you so I can show you where, in fact, that is. Hey, what's going on? Okay, so north of Sioux Falls, I have you in the 6 to 12. I think you're going to have a changeover issue. 14 to 8 or 14 to 15 inches, I think, is mainly going to be back to your west a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm concerned about the changeover early on anyway. All right, so I got that finally to work. I'm going to turn off the severe weather threat area so that I can show you now. So here is where the tornado watch is. It's been extended back further. There's likely another one coming, though. So this was just the extension of the tornado watch. You see those little polygons there? That is your tornado warning. The yellow box here is the tornado watch. So that's going to extend all the way through Little Rock to the west of Jonesboro, to the east of Fayetteville, Arkansas, to the east of Fort Smith. The new tornado watch is likely going to be coming for right in here, and that should be literally any moment now. We do have things already popping. The environment's ready to pop back towards Dallas, Tulsa, to the east of Oklahoma City as well. So that's where we're going to be watching for the next threat to kind of materialize here over the next hour or so. We're going to get back into this now. This is even looking more concerning here. This is the storm that we've been watching for the last 5-10 minutes or so. Let's get back in on the velocity. It's still very strong. It has that look again. Certainly a hook echo there. Thank you for that report. Go take a look at that. It looks like there's somebody, might be a storm chaser on this, heading towards this storm. So we're going to be able to get a lot more information on what this cell is doing when we get some ground truth. Hey, thanks, man. Thank you so much for coming back as well. I appreciate you, and I hope that you're doing well. Hope you had a great holiday and great new year. And I hope things are going well out in your direction. Thank you as well for coming back. All right, so here we go with, we're going to get into this again. Still not dropped out enough. Maybe, just maybe, this thing isn't on the ground. Storm chasers are en route, at least one of them. This is the one south of Pleasant Hills. Again, if you're tuning in, if you happen to be watching us from Pleasant Hills, Louisiana, make sure that you're in your safe place. This is going to be literally on your doorstep in the next few minutes here. Tornado vortex signature on this. That's some information on the cell that we just popped up there. The velocity continues to come in really, really strong. Again, we're going to estimate that. So that's 70 miles outbound. Only 12 in. I think that's range folded, though. So this could be like very, yeah, there's the RF, meaning range fold. That is away from the radar. That is toward the radar. So far, there has not been a CC drop. It looks super, super strong. It looks like we may be starting to see that. Let's check if it's in the right area. You have to be careful with the CC drops. They have to match out. It can be side lobe contamination, which this wouldn't be it right now. But when there's a drop in reflectivity as well, notice how there's like not much, the brighter colors kind of drop out. Okay, there was a radar scan there, so we're gonna see what that does. Back to that. So we're gonna go back to velocity. I wonder why. Good to see you again, though, Ann. Yeah, I don't think we have a debris signature yet. We just got in. Okay, yeah, so far, still not seeing any confirmation of this thing being on the ground. Wow. But again, there is very intense rotation. Hey, what's going on, Kentucky Nature? I don't think so, at least the severe weather portion. You're likely going to get some heavier rain and thunderstorms out of the deal, mainly late tonight into tomorrow. But I don't think we're not talking about like what we're dealing with here. So this is a perfect question. Okay, so here we go. Has the second part just started? And it looks like the main event is trying to get underway. That's what we're seeing here. So we were talking about an hour or two ago. We talked about the cap getting ready to break. And I think this is what we're dealing with right here. With these little guys starting to go up to the east of the Oklahoma City Metro around Stillwater. I think this is it. So we're going to be watching those guys. Okay, so the good news is the tornado warning just to the west of Little Rock. What's going on, Paul? Good to see you again. We do have a flash flood warning out. That's the other thing that we haven't talked a ton about is the flood threat with this is going to be very, very high with these rounds and rounds of rain and thunderstorms. So again, make sure that if you're driving around later on, make sure that you're not driving through that because there's going to be a lot of water down. It's crazy stuff. You're going to, at the very least, you're going to be getting some heavy rain and some gusty winds. But there could be some stronger thunderstorms, especially south of Indy tomorrow, where the environment's a little more juicy. We're going to take a look back at this guy here. Hopefully these storms that are popping up right out ahead of it, hopefully they don't, number one, go tornadic. But as the inflow of this, maybe it starts to pull in some of that rain-cooled air from those storms out there, and it'll help to choke it off a little bit. Still, though, a tornado vortex signature on this, some very strong rotation. Still no drop. That's good. Looks like we are going to have a new tornado warning coming out for Sabine County, Sabine Parish, Louisiana. All right, so let me just switch some radar things around. If you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. If you're new here, we talk and track all things weather. If you like that stuff, please hit the subscribe button. I would love it if you hit that thumbs up button because it will help YouTube push this out to more people to give them a heads up of what we're seeing. Right now, there's one tornado warning out there. We're likely going to see more. A new one is going to be extended here. That's right from the National Weather Service from Shreveport. So that should be coming momentarily. We'll watch that pop up on the screen. In the meantime, Pleasant Hill, you need to be in your safe place because the most dangerous part of this storm, at the very least, strong straight line winds, there could be a tornado with this, is right on your doorstep. Bear with me, just moving some things around to clean this up a little bit to get back on track. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate that. Do I think the watches will extend into a few Arkansas counties? I know that it's hard to get into the head of what they're actually thinking at the Storm Prediction Center. Let me see. It's going to be close. I know right off to the west, we are going to see that watch extended. I'm surprised it hasn't come out already because the deal is, we were talking about this before, kind of the two waves. Oh, there's that other tornado warning that we were talking about. So this one is looking awful here. This is the one that we were just talking about, and then I will get back to your question, Dusty, in just 1 second. Certainly a tornado vortex signature on this. This is going to go over the same kind of area that was just hit. Again, no confirmation of any kind of damage or anything. So this is going to be right along. We were just talking about that cell there. Near San Augustine. So what I will show you, we're going to keep it on that. I'm going to pull up the high-res radar because I can't get into the head of what they are thinking at the Storm Prediction Center who issues those watches, but we're going to look just to see again. I mean, it probably should. It probably should. Here's the latest high-resolution model. We were looking at this earlier as well, and I like this high-res rendition of this when we get into a situation where it's been performing well today again. It's latched onto the timeline of this. It's latched onto the mode of severe weather. That is a nasty... I think so. I think so. It looked like it was going to be around 3 to 4 o'clock Central Time. And I'm going to... There we go. You got to get better with having so many tabs open. But for the northern Arkansas, so this is what we're looking at. This is 4 o'clock Central Time. And I would be concerned in northern Arkansas with the junk that's going to be coming at us from Oklahoma. So like all of these guys here. So that is 3 o'clock Central, which is where we are right now. So we need to be... So yeah, I mean, I really think within the next 30 minutes to an hour, that cap is going to break because there you see there's 5 o'clock Central. So certainly by that time, there goes the cap. And we have those storms popping, and then those are the ones that are going to have to be able to rotate. So about northern Arkansas, then those kind of push in. There will be a weakening trend as well. Hey, Cher, what's going on? We're going to head into Texas. We're watching that. I don't know what part of Texas that you live in, but we are actively tracking a tornado warning here east of San Augustine, right along the Texas-Louisiana border. We have 2 really nasty cells. Still, the good news is, and I mean, again, I'm using good news loosely. There still could be one on the ground. Not getting any confirmation of that happening, though. And, Excellent. Good stuff there. Yeah, so Arkansas is getting some nasty stuff right now. Not as nasty as what we're watching in Louisiana and Texas. I'm going to get back into the chat in 1 second. Just want to make sure that these, because we have the two nasty, see those both there, right around Pleasant Hill. And then right east of San Augustine. Still not seeing a CC drop, a correlation coefficient drop that would indicate that we have how to do west of Shreveport. Okay, let's head up to Shreveport and let's look at that one. So these ones right now, they are not warned at this time. Doesn't mean anything, but we'll take a look to see if there's any kind of spin. I have to switch the radar there. They're kind of out because they need to be on the Shreveport one. Most of it just looks like junk. So the good news is everything west of Shreveport right now is relatively tame. Unless it's further west that you're talking about. That'd be closer to Dallas. So again, here go those storms. So the cap is, to answer the cap question, we are seeing that break as we speak in real time. And what that means is that what was suppressing the storms down, the sliver of warmer air above the atmosphere, about a couple thousand feet off the ground, we've been able to erode that now. We're starting to see some of these storms pop up east of Oklahoma City, right around Stillwater, Oklahoma. In those areas. Still nothing, though, concerning in Oklahoma at this time. That will likely change. Let's see here. Velocity mode. This storm, I mean, that looks like we're trying to get something going. At the very least here, yeah, okay, so the Weather Service, sometimes they do this. They don't issue tornado warnings when we just saw that rotation right there and we're like, hey, that looks like that could spin. They do have a tornado possible tag. This is to the northwest, way to the northwest of Little Rock. This is closer. Might have to change the radar perspective here. Let me just see if there's a closer radar. Yeah, they're probably going to have to change this one to a tornado warning. So, I mean, if you're watching from, I mean, like just north of Clarksville, Arkansas, I would pay heads up if you know anybody in near St. Joe, Arkansas, Gilbert, Marshall, Leslie. It looks like we do have developing rotation. Right now, there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but, I mean, we're certainly getting that look. Here is the red color means the wind going away from the radar. San Augustine just got a tornado warning. Just came over the phone. Thank you, Shelly, for that. We're going to go check on that for you. And here we go. It's likely with these down in here. We're going to go back to the Shreveport radar. So if you are in San Augustine, here's the reference point. Downtown San Augustine is right in here. Here is the most dangerous part of that storm. So that's going to be moving into Louisiana. So, I mean, if you're watching from now Noble, Louisiana, or if you're watching from Converse, Louisiana, you need to be in your safe place. Huxley, we're in that tornado warning. Each one of these lines is 15-minute increments. And as he mentioned there is the border. So that's ready to cross. This is a very strong one here. That's awesome. I will have to do that. No, that is sweet. On the snow side, anyway. All right, so let's check in on... Hey, Mark, I am using Radar Scope. I like its color tables the best out of all the ones that you can get. So I like Radar Scope. You can download that in the App Store. I believe it's $10. But if you like tracking stuff, Radar Scope is good. Radar Omega is pretty good as well. Yeah, okay, so there's also there's a lot of chatter in the National Weather Service chat too, and they're mentioning as well that they've obviously not seen tornado debris signatures. We've been having that great conversation here as well with a bunch of you guys, all of us noting that, and there have been no reports of damage. So it looks like we've been able to generate these strong mesocyclones, but there hasn't been enough to get them to touch the ground. So far, so good. And I mean, they have been very, very intense tornado vortex signatures. Hey, Daniel, what's going on? All right, so while we have a second, we're going to get up there in just 1 second. Hey, Shelly, yeah, I'm going to show you. I think we're going to have one more round come through in San Augustine. So I'll show you that. Let me pull up the high-resolution radar, and let me get you to Texas. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I need to make my list because I'm going to forget. So I'm going to grab my paper. We're going to take a look at Texas for Shelly. I'm going to show her the timeline since she's in the severe weather zone. Then we're going to go look north of Houston, and then I won't forget about you, Daniel. Then we're going to go check in on Sioux Falls because I've got a snow map, what I think is going to happen, and then I'll show you the progression of that ice storm. So right now, let me just keep it on here while I write these notes, and then I'm going to show you that. If you stick around with me for 1 second, Shelly, I'm going to show you the high-resolution future radar to get there. So then we're going to go to Houston. Ethan brought up that cell. We want to check that out because, as Storm Boys mentioned, in North Texas, small storms are starting to pop there. So again, thank you for keeping an eye on where things could get a little rowdy while we're kind of watching these beefy storms in Louisiana. So, okay, we're going to Houston, and then we're going to go to South Dakota. All right, so first, high-res radar. We're going to go back to Texas. Texas. So this is what we're dealing with right now. What you just went with your phone buzzing, this is round 1. Then we're going to get round 2 coming in late tonight. So this is now going to be at 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Central, midnight, and then there's 1 a.m. So I know this is kind of zoomed out, so I'm going to kind of draw for you. You're about right in here, give or take. This is going to be the main line itself, or the main cold front. So I do think we're going to be under. We'll take a little bit of a break. We'll get this push that we're seeing right now. And there might even be a third wave in there. Let's see. So this is 4 o'clock Central Time. There are going to be a few more scattered storms popping up through the evening, and then that main line. And then so once we get to about midnight to 1 a.m., that is going to go through. But then you see this other line here. So wave number 3, this is going to be, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, this is going to be the main cold front that gives you the nice clean sweep. So this is not your last run-in with the severe weather, Shelly. To make a long story short, you're going to have another round come through late tonight, likely around that 10 o'clock to 1 a.m. time frame. And then again tomorrow morning, right in there at about 5 a.m., 6 a.m. in that ballpark, and then you're done. You get a nice clean sweep. So I hope that helps. Let's go check out Houston real quick. Got to put it back on radar mode. And then we're going to go check in on nope, that one looks a little ugly. So we got two guys here. Anything that wants to like hang off the bottom here, we have to watch. Those ones that kind of hang off the bottom of the line. Nothing spinning just yet, but certainly that would be something to watch north of the Woodlands. North of Cleveland, Texas as well. What was that like? Was it some rain or gusty winds or anything like that? Absolutely. And thank you for joining the live stream and joining our conversation. All right, we're going to get to Dallas since we're still in Texas. And then we're going to jump on up to South Dakota. If you haven't been there, it's a great state. All right, so I think that's what you were talking about, too, about some of those little teeny tiny storms starting to get going. This is right on spot with what the high-res said. Okay, so in those little cells there, gusty winds, heavy rain, some training rain. Okay, you mentioned about the training before. Thank you for that. So we'll keep a close eye on those guys as they move to the north. And then here we go with the storms right around Dallas. Again, there's nothing concerning here, but this is the start of it. This is like the start of round 2. Round 1 is going on in Louisiana and Arkansas as we speak. Round 2 is going to be getting going in East Oklahoma and East Texas again. And then there's going to be that round 3 that happens a little bit later on overnight. Okay, so let's see. So still watching these two tornado warning storms. This is now north of Pleasant Hill. There's the velocity. Okay, so let's just check this out. There's an area here. There's a dropout, but I don't know that it's... Okay, so we'll see if that catches up. That might be the makings of one, but again, it's not in the right spot. Okay, so Storm Chaser is on this one. He's reporting that that's the one right on, came across Highway 49 in Louisiana. This is the one just to the northeast that we've been watching for the last 30 minutes. Powerful rear flank downdraft. No tornado that they could see, but it appeared the rotation was getting stronger again. I do think they will. maybe extreme North Texas, and then into the eastern side of Oklahoma, maybe including Oklahoma City. Certainly Tulsa will likely be in that watch. That should be coming out any moment. So we're going to be watching that closely. All right, so let's see here. Carrie, I'm going to get to you in a second. We'll talk about tomorrow. While we don't have anything on the ground just yet, again, you need to make sure that you're in a safe place. If you're in around Converse, Noble, Huxley, Louisiana, I know this is like the second time this has happened in the last 30 minutes. Literally a carbon copy of that previous tornado warning, because these are kind of, as our friend in Texas mentioned, they're kind of like training off of each other, moving southwest and northeast and continuing to build off of each other. Then we're going to get into Little Rock. So I'm going to just marking this down of where to talk about. But I promised that we would talk about the snow and ice real quick while we have a second, because I don't know that we're going to have much more time to do so, because we're going to start to get things rocking, and then I wouldn't leave tornado warnings. So I do want to get into this real quick. If you're interested in the snow and ice storm, so Sioux Falls, I officially have you guys in. I think that's from, wrong map. That's from the Christmas blizzard. This is what I'm trying to show you. So here's what I have. I've got 6 to 12 for Sioux Falls. The main event should happen just to your west in Sioux Falls. I mean, right in this pink area, we could be pushing 2 feet of snow. So like really like north central Nebraska, south central South Dakota, that's going to be the main event in terms of the snow and ice. Or at least the snow, I should say. The ice is going to be further to your south and west. Here's the future high-res radar for you as well. And what would start as snow kind of backs off. Then we're going to get into some sleet. And again, somebody mentioned, I don't know if that person is still on here. And forgive me that I can't remember your name. There's a lot of comments, and I thank you guys for that. Sleet is just bad. It robs of a completely good snowstorm. You're still going to get a good snowstorm in Sioux Falls. 6 to 12 inches is nice if you like the snow. But that sleet is going to cut in, and then we change back over again. This is now looking at 9 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Very heavy snow extending back. Then the ice storm portion continues to ramp up through southern Minnesota, north Iowa, and then we continue to keep that heavy snow in there. Then that finally gets into Minneapolis and blasts the Twin Cities. You are welcome. Thank you so much for popping by into the live stream. It's good to see you. All right, Ethan says a new watch has been issued. So thanks for staying on top of that. There's that tornado watch in Oklahoma. Okay, so I'm going to wait for the radar there, or the map, to pull that back in. Yes, you were that first watch of the day. Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, Ethan. Thank you guys for the help with that, too, as we were kind of bouncing around from the upper Midwest to the Southern Plains. That does a huge help. So I love you guys. I appreciate you guys looking out for all that fresh information, too. As, again, we track the weather together. That's what we do here. If you are just joining us, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We'd love to have you on board. If you do love tracking the weather, hit that subscribe button, at the very least. If you give this a thumbs up, it helps YouTube push this out to more people as we track these storms. Now, we got to go into North Texas, and then we're going to get into Tuscaloosa. I'm waiting for the map, my map here, to update, and then we can take a look at exactly and show everybody where that watch is coming out. You see here, there are several special weather statements That's the thing that the Weather Service issues here when there's not the storms are growing, they're getting a little beefy, but they're not super crazy just yet. We have a bunch here. So I mean, again, as we've been talking about that, the cap has broken. It's kind of splitting down through Oklahoma and then into North Texas, as Storm Boys was mentioning. So we're going to wait for that to update so I can show you that. But in the meantime, I'm going to take you down into North Texas. We had a question on how North Texas was going to fare tonight, more specifically into Forney, Texas. We're going to take a look at that, too. That's going to be just to the east of Dallas. So for the next couple of hours, you're really going to be under the gun in North Texas, in the Dallas area as well. Most of this junk, though, is firing just to your east in Dallas. So there goes the cap bursting. I think our nastiest stuff might even come in like a little bit later. And really, most of the nastiest stuff in Dallas, in the Forney area, it's going to be just to your east. Okay, so here we go again. One of the storm chasers noted on here that they saw on the ground the rotation tightening up again. So there is a tighter tornado vortex signature again. He reported no damage through those areas. Okay, there's another little cell that's now popped up here. So now it's starting to get a little ugly out there. Provencal into Robeline, Clarence. There's no warning on this yet. That's likely going to change. Thank you for that, and I'm really, really glad that you find that helpful. So glad. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so we got that, and then we're taking a look at Little Rock. That was, I believe, your question. So before these things start popping here, that's super weird. Once this stupid computer updates, all right, so right now in Arkansas, there's just a bunch of junk, and that's a good thing. That is a really good thing right now because there's not much. As long as we keep this all worked over and rainy, it's going to be hard to get supercells to develop. We can certainly get embedded supercells in here, but I like this much better when the radar picture looks like this. Here is Little Rock. Right now, we are dry. Danville, Arkansas, we are getting some nasty weather. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. For East Central Logan County, Perry County, Central Conway County, Yell County, and then Southern Pope County. That's going to be in Central Arkansas. The good news is, again, nothing is spinning there. Here's where the main threat is, and this is a good example here of what I think the second part of the night will be for Arkansas. How it was kind of linear. We're watching just a little bit of spin here. Just a teeny tiny bit. They could pop tornado warnings on these. It's very, we call it like, they're in these embedded lines. We call these quasi-linear convective, the QLCS tornadoes, convective systems here. That's what I think we're going to transition into later on this evening. I think the supercellular threat in Arkansas is coming down. Your severe threat, though, does continue. I do think we are going to see supercells in eastern Oklahoma. Let's get back and check on these guys now. So this is the making, and this is why, they waited to the last second here, and this is why southeastern Kansas is in on that as well, because we are seeing, I thought you said southwest, that's why I was like, huh? But southeastern, we have some of these, so I think into southeastern Kansas, we can get in on supercells as well. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was crazy. So thank you for that. Well, I am crazy. Yeah, at least right now, don't let your guard down, though. Until 9 o'clock Central Time officially, we're in that tornado watch because one of these rogue ones here, one of these supercells coming out of northeast Texas could get in. But I am cautiously optimistic that we're kind of losing the outbreakiness in Arkansas. But again, that tornado watch does go until 9 o'clock. So again, make sure you're staying vigilant. Make sure you have a way to get warnings. And of course, we're going to be on for a while here as well. Semi-embedded. That's what we are seeing. Yeah, and I think, again, this is, as I don't have any radar data on here right now, this is round one that we're dealing with. Round two is just getting started. Right back in here. And that's where we're going to have, I think, some of the nastiest weather now. Embedded in there. Let me see. All right, so let's see. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning on that cell that we were kind of watching that was getting kind of ugly looking. Had that look. Let's get down to that radar. Yep, kind of ugly. Yeah, some strong rotation there. That's kind of interesting that they want to see a thunderstorm rather than tornado warning on that. But I will say, and again, I don't want to... We have tornado warnings out. That's, of course, bad. The good thing is, though, we've had some very strong rotation pop up on radar and very intense mesocyclones, like those UFO-looking things that you kind of see in the planes when the storm chasers are out and get in the video. That's a mesocyclone, the thing that looks like a mothership almost. So we have intensely rotating mesocyclones, but they've not produced tornadoes. That is a good thing. That maybe we're missing that last final component to kind of get the rotation on the ground. Tornadoes are very finicky. You can have most supercell thunderstorms do not produce tornadoes. They are the storms that do produce the strongest tornadoes, but not all of them do. So they're very finicky. They need the temperature to be right. They need the cloud base to be just right. There needs to be just not. I mean, they're very finicky things. These supercell thunderstorms out in the plains, and research continues to it's ongoing on these things. And we to be frank, we saw this a lot with the outbreak of those thunderstorms in Mississippi, that we had a lot of intensely rotating storms, but thankfully did not have a lot of touchdowns. This was the second outbreak, then the one, of course, in November that was really, really bad. Yeah, so I am surprised, though, that they don't have, like, that rotation is more intense. That rotation's more intense than the one to the northwest, with that is tornado warned. Interesting. I mean, it's definitely a supercell. I mean, the computer thinks it is too. Yeah, I'm surprised. Unless they might have a storm chaser on it and they're looking at it and they're like, yeah, it's not producing, then I could understand that. But that just, I don't know. I do have a Twitter. Let me see if I can. It's at my name and it's at Jonathan Kegges. I'll spell that for. I'll put that in the chat. I think I just hit clear instead of enter. But that is the Twitter. All right, so some mesoanalysis looks like this is per the National Weather Service as well. Bullseye of like the ingredients coming together is going to be in northeastern Oklahoma and then southeastern Oklahoma. So that is no doubt why they expanded that tornado watch into southeast Kansas in case we get some of those storms out. So somebody asked about the supercellular composites coming through, or at least, do I think there are going to be supercells? And the answer is yes. Let's look. I'm going to look at some of the latest mesoanalysis data. Okay, so right in here, thank you for that report. Never a good thing when the sun comes out. When you're talking about severe weather, it helps to destabilize things. What we're looking at here is the mesoanalysis page. Let's see if it might be. All right, so there we go. Everything is on. This is the low-level wind shear. And this is what we were talking about here. Up in northeastern Oklahoma and then southeastern right in here. These are going to be the two areas right now that is evolved for the worst of the weather over the next few hours. Now, as the storms are popping like right in here as we speak, they're going to be moving into that environment. So we're going to watch for the potential here for that to happen. Now, you see here where we also have, let me get rid of this. I know the resolution isn't that great here. It's more for where the environment is rather than the radar part of this product. But right in here is where we have the thunderstorms now. And then there's that bullseye of kind of low-level moisture, or low-level wind shear, I should say. That right in there. So, I mean, they are spinning. So I'm going to expect those storms to spin as they move into eastern Oklahoma and East Texas as well. All right, so that storm north of Pleasant Hill that we've been tracking for a while has produced a funnel cloud. Okay, so that was this one down here. That has really it's lost its mojo now, and that obviously a good thing. It has lost its mojo. Let me just turn on the velocity product here. Let's see what we're dealing with. We have some strong straight line winds into Martin, into Hale Summit, Ashland. That storm north of Clarence, still a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is some rotation right in here. You see that both together. So far, I've not seen any kind of indication that they're producing too big of hail, if that's even a correct phrase. So I mean, good news there that we're not dealing with a huge hail threat today. If we can get a supercell by itself, when you get those things strongly rotating, those things can launch up some pretty big hail. Not seeing that yet. I think there was like one hail core showing. All right, so this is what we're going to watch closely here. This junk near Beaumont, Texas, to the west of Lake Charles as well, northeast of Houston. We'll see if those can do anything. Hopefully not. Let's get back in towards Dallas. And then here we go. So if there was going to be a hail threat, it's probably going to be out here in East Oklahoma, Southeast Kansas, and extreme North Texas. Going to turn on that looping radar again for our friends in the upper Midwest and northern plains. That is going to be above my head. That is the snow and ice storm. That pink is the snow. I'm losing my mind, guys. The pink is the ice. That's the freezing rain that's coming down. That's going to cause some issues in central Nebraska. And then the blue is the snow. Need more caffeine. You think I have enough of it? Got some Coke Zeros and coffee. Not enough. Not enough. So we have a few more people that have joined the live stream. Welcome. We are tracking the snow in the north. The plains to be exact. We are tracking a couple of tornado warnings right now. It's been windy in Texas. No doubt that's going to help to go into that low-level wind that supercells need to kind of get that spin going. So any day you have that wind like that, you can kind of feel it, and you mix it with these ingredients. Certainly a component you don't want. So again, knowing that it was in fact windy there certainly kind of helps to confirm that, again, it could get a little ugly out there today. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We've been having great conversations here over the past hour or so as we continue to track the severe weather in the Deep South. Specifically, it's been going on in Arkansas and Louisiana for most of today, but round two, potentially the most significant portion of the severe weather, is getting underway here, and I want to show you clearly what's going on. And we have, I mean, look at this mess here. So we're going to see now if these guys can overcome some of the shear that they are going now. Done. Then I won't be able to speak if I had that much. But good stuff. Who's drinking coffee right now? Who's drinking some kind of caffeine? Post that in the chat. I want to show you this. Tornadoes need wind shear. We talk about this a lot on this channel because we cover tropical weather extensively during hurricane season. Hurricanes don't like shear. They like it to be nice and calm. When there's wind shear involved, it tears them apart. They need to have a nice, calm environment. Tornadoes love wind shear. You've got to be able to remove the thunderstorm updraft with its downdraft, or else it's going to choke it out. So the storms need wind shear, but there needs to be that Goldilocks, like not too much, not too little, just right. What might be going on here? You can tell that there's wind shear in the atmosphere because these storms are being stretched. See how they're kind of being pulled? So it's going to be, and there's likely going to be a severe thunderstorm warning needed on that. Maybe I'm in a wrong radar. Looks like a nice little hail core there. So Ethan had mentioned about hail. Looks like we got a nice little hail core trying to develop here. So this could be a nasty little storm moving towards Schindler, Fairfax, Oklahoma, and then crossing the Kansas line. They're probably going to need to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on that shortly. All right, Shelly's drinking a tea, a Red Bull. Love it. Man, I need some of that stuff. I'm with you. Yeah, that was with that mesoscale discussion that came out a little while ago. And I guess they just stopped it at the Red River. I guess extreme northeast Texas is in there. I'm surprised though they didn't cover right down in here as well. I would have probably kept it east of Dallas as well, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay, so now, with every passing minute, these things look a little more organized. So, we'll see what happens here as we get into the next couple of hours. This one north of Stillwater. Yep. All right, let's turn on the velocity. These are starting to get a little ugly. A little bit of rotation there. And that is no doubt why that they... Cloud cover coming back. So yeah, and that's evident of that low level flow too. So everybody is in there. Let me I'll kind of show you what's going on. I'm going to pull up the water vapor imagery here on my other product. Let me just keep a close eye on this. I know I have a lot of you guys helping watch this here. So let's see if they do that. going to turn on the Shreveport radar. We're going to watch that one here and see. So we're going to keep that right there. I'm going to bring up the satellite and show you this like beast of a storm here. And I'll have the watches and everything overlaid on there. Look at this thing. So here is this is the water vapor now. Our upper low is hanging out over Denver. There are all the winter storm watches in that pink color from the Panhandle of Nebraska through Sioux Falls through the Twin Cities. That dark pink or that dark purple just to the northwest of Des Moines into southern Minnesota. That's the ice storm warning. Of course, here are our tornado watches on the southern end of this. But you see that spiral there. Just crazy stuff. In North Texas, correct? Yeah, I'm surprised not that there hasn't been either. Crazy stuff. But a beast of a storm here in parts of, the western part of the country. So we're going to keep that right in there so we can kind of view. All right, so we have a few more people on. Welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We've been talking almost for about, an hour and a half now? Hour and 15 minutes or so about the severe weather in the south and, of course, the snow on the northern side of this. We are watching one tornado warning in play. Another storm that's spinning. There's a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. These are in western Louisiana. And these are lifting off to the north. We are watching more thunderstorms that could become supercellular over the next few hours in eastern Oklahoma. So that's what we are watching right now. Is we have a couple of tornado warnings. Now just one, not just, but we have one tornado warning. So we had 4 an hour ago, and we'll likely see more now over the next few hours. Again, focusing on East Texas, East Oklahoma. If you are new here and finding this channel for the first time, welcome. If you are enjoying the content and the conversation that we are having as we track the weather together, that's what we do here. We would love to have you on board. I love getting your storm reports in. Even if you're just seeing sunshine right now, it's very helpful to telling this weather story here as this kind of this event unfolds, and is really the second part is just getting underway. So all of that is helpful. So I would love to know what it's doing at your house or where you're working. Post that in the comments below. And if you do like what you see, we'd love to have you on board. Consider subscribing, and certainly hitting that thumbs up button really does help the channel out a lot. It lets YouTube push this out to more people. And certainly in a situation we're trying to get some information out to people as well, especially when we have tornado warnings issued. That would be very, very helpful, and I appreciate you all for that. So Storm Boy says that he is starting to see the sun south of Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that is probably likely in relation to this as well as we get into the upper low. And this is why, if you look towards that top corner here, where I'm drawing my squiggly line up in here, this is why the severe threat isn't really coming to Dallas. The drier air, this is the catalyst here. The drier air is already on your doorstep. Same for us in Oklahoma City, at least on the western side of town. So the severe weather threat is going to be very, very limited in the Oklahoma City metro area. Most of that is going to happen east towards Tulsa and then into south northeast Kansas. I have to get some of those made, and then that'll be a thing. Good idea. Athens, Georgia. So it's going to be an ugly couple of days in Athens. Are you a Georgia fan? That was a crazy game. One of the meteorologists I work with went to that game up in Atlanta yesterday. So let me turn on some of the Athens radar here. So northeast Athens, this is just going to be like some light showers around. Your heavy stuff comes in Tuesday into Wednesday. So like that's whenever you'll be under the gun for the chance for a few strong thunderstorms as well. But that will help. That will start to come to an end in a little bit. Then it'll pick back up again. All right, so here's a wide view. We're going to zoom back in. Still watching those two storms. And again, good news is that we had these things strongly rotating right along the Texas and Louisiana line. And we did not have a tornado touchdown. One produced a funnel cloud, but it did not touch down. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's get this over with. And let's not do anything else. Let's check in on what's going up in northeast Oklahoma. This is likely going to end up being something up here. This is to the northeast of or northwest of Tulsa. So that threat isn't zero for you. I'll show you your threat. Your threat's going to come in a couple of days, but it's not as high here. It's not as high as what we're dealing with today. Our severe weather threat, I'll turn on the threat for you, is going to be day 3. And so it's going to be late tomorrow night. Late tomorrow night, and then into today's Monday, so Tuesday into Wednesday. So what I'm going to do, because that's a strong word for whoever did that to be tossing that around. But we're going to look into that while we have kind of like a calm second here. So stick around one second. I'm going to pull up the high-resolution radar. Right now, we're keeping a close eye on these guys here in a line from south of Wichita toward Tulsa, east of Oklahoma City. We're going to get into DeRidder. I think we're doing okay. All that nasty stuff has been just to your north. See if I can get DeRidder to pop up on the map. There it is. So far, so good. All of this stuff has been popping to your west and then drifting north. So we're going to watch these guys coming out of Beaumont. The environment's a little bit better to your north and west for tornadoes. But it looks like all of this stuff is just going to pass to your north and east right now. So in the short term, you're okay. Just keep an eye to see if these things can develop in and around. That's north of Beaumont, heading towards Jasper, Texas right now. But right now, we are good. All the crazy, ugly, nasty stuff is happening just to your northwest. All right, I want to show the Atlanta thing real quick. So we're going to go to the U.S. We're going to go to Georgia. Georgia. 18Z run. So, I mean, for them to say tornadoes today in Atlanta is not happening, okay? Or in Georgia, period, not happening today. Things could get a little nasty for Georgia. This is going to be tomorrow afternoon now. This is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And again, things are really ugly here. So in and around Atlanta, here's Athens up here. And then this is where the severe weather threat that we're worried about through Hattiesburg into Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. That's when things can get nasty there. And then that pushes through. So Athens, our severe weather time for tomorrow starts at I would start it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then roll it through about 8. I'm giving a little bit of wiggle room on each in case it speeds up a little bit. From about 2 to 8, I'd be watching for your severe weather threat. That's round 1. Then you're going to have a secondary round come in Wednesday morning. That's about 5 a.m. And again, for reference, Athens is right here with some nasty thunderstorms around. So the potential is going to be there Tuesday into Wednesday morning, not today. So I want to be clear about that. There's no risk for severe weather for Georgia today. That would come tomorrow and then into Wednesday. All right, so let's check to see what these storms are doing. I would love it if these storms just got sheared off and couldn't recover. That'd be fantastic. So remember when I circled, these guys are starting to get into that area that is Dusty. I'm sorry, where are you watching in from again? It's certainly, we call that with the atmosphere being worked over. When you get the rain, you get the thunderstorms out early, it helps to take out some of the instability from the atmosphere. It's not always the case. And this is not going to be like 2011 in like Alabama, Mississippi. I'm just using that as an example. Sometimes the dynamics though are so strong, and they're not like off the chart strong today. They're strong, but sometimes that can overcome the clouds, the fog, and all that stuff. Okay, so close to Mountain Home, Arkansas. And for the most part, yeah, I would. I like this. I like that this is happening. If we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is going to be northwest of Little Rock. But I love this. I love the fact, and we were talking about this even before the storm started, cautiously optimistic anyway. But, I mean, look at that. This is perfect here. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's blobbed out. This is in southwest Arkansas now, northeast of Texarkana, Camden, Hope, Arkadelphia. I mean, I'm liking that. Looks like we have a new So it looks like now the tornado watch is being extended. Weather Service out of Shreveport says that they have been in communication with the Storm Prediction Center. And they are going to extend the area of the tornado watch into northeast Louisiana. Because that would be... So they're going to, I believe it shut off here. So now they're going to include northeast Louisiana. And I mean, rightfully so. That's where those tornadoes would be going into. All right, so let's get back on this train. We've got a couple of nasty thunderstorms here. A couple of supercells. Goldana. You are welcome, but don't completely let your guard down just yet. That tornado watch officially goes into play until 9, but I just wanted to give you some cautious optimism there that we like when we see that happen. It's not the end-all be-all, but certainly it's better than not having that stabilized there. Perfect. Yeah, so you're going to get that light rain around today in Athens. So there will be some rain. But it's not going to be severe. Your severe threat comes in on Tuesday and Wednesday. So tomorrow and Wednesday. All right, so we've got some really nasty stuff. This is now still going to be northwest of Alexandria, north of DeRidder, where we have our friend watching, Michelle. So we're still in the clear there, but we do have storms rotating. No confirmation of any kind of tornado just yet on the ground. We have had some reports of funnel clouds. And all that. All right. Let me go check up on these ones. I mean, I'll take it. So right now, the worst of these storms are still in Louisiana. Hey, what's going on? Excellent. Yeah, make sure you're paying close attention to that. Let's take a look to see where those storms are in relation to you. Okay, so let's go back down closer to the Texas-Oklahoma border here. Okay, right now, Benton is looking okay. We're kind of in the middle between a nasty thunderstorm to our north, not severe. So we're quiet right now, but the stuff that's developing in Texas, that's going to be your round 2. So we're going to watch that stuff coming out of Texas closely over the next few hours. Let's get into Hugo, Valiant, Oklahoma. Okay, so right now we are doing okay. Most of the stuff that is popping, and again, here's the highway. Most of the stuff that's popping right now is still to the west of Hugo, to the west of Valiant. I don't see anything too concerning. See, I like this. I like this. Let me just check some. And when I'm saying I like this, I don't like that there's storms around. I like the fact that these things are like elongated and that they haven't been able to kind of like tighten up just yet. Let me look to see. Let me do some mesoanalysis in real time here. Let's just see. Keep the comments coming. Again, if you are just joining us, welcome to the stream. Please give this a thumbs up. If you like talking about the weather and tracking it with us, please subscribe. We would love to have you. Should North Texas still be on alert? I think just extreme northeast Texas. That is where let me draw this out. That the dry air is right to the west of Dallas right now, and that's going to help to fire up stuff right in here and then move in this direction. So like Paris, Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, like this is the area like northeast of Dallas where I think you still need to make sure you're on guard. Certainly, again, no supercells as of right now, but still be on guard. We're in that tornado watch for several more hours as well. And again, these ones near Durant are looking a little healthier. Let me see if I can get a better radar. I don't know why there's not a radar like over here. We get so many tornadoes anyway. There should be one right there. They cost a lot of money, though, so I can't complain too much. I don't know. Let's see. I think that makes me happy. In the short term, anyway. Absolutely. No question about that. Still would like one, though. Wishful thinking, maybe. Geez, sorry that it was that ugly there. Hopefully, that's I think you'll have another round or two to go, but hopefully that kind of zapped the atmosphere for us, and that's going to allow us to kind of to keep things in check. You do have some thunderstorms off to your west right now, but so far so good. All right, my chat just logged me out. Let me log back in real quick. So I don't think it's a repeat of 2011. I don't think there's anywhere close to 2011. Not a chance. 2011 was insane. I mean, it has the name Super Outbreak 2 for a reason. Yeah, this is not even in the same universe as 2011. And that's not to say we're not going to get a strong tornado, but the dynamics of 2011 were off the charts, literally off the charts. And we're not seeing that here. Certainly, we have a good setup for tornadoes, but not 2011. Hey Carson, are you talking about the ones that we're watching in Oklahoma, or back to you towards Georgia for the next couple of days? Let me just make sure that everything's behaving here. We have 2 tornado warnings in play. And that's oh, okay, my bad, Brox. Yeah, so location, yes. Location movement, yes. Yeah, dynamically, no, but okay, my bad. So yeah, for Georgia, this strong stuff is likely going to hold together for you and then move towards you on Tuesday and Wednesday. But you are in the clear for today in Georgia. You are good today in Georgia. Now that's something. Those crazy like first hook echoes on radar, I mean, they look scary. The black and white images of the radar pictures in the like meteorology textbook, it's crazy. Just crazy. I hope so too. I hope so. Hey, what's going on in Springfield? We'll take a look at in Springfield. We've not been to Missouri. Things have been pretty quiet today. We are in that risk for severe weather. And I mean, again, like what I'm seeing here, we do have the heavy rain right now. Anytime you can get that heavy rain, I like that. It helps anyway to limit the severe weather threat before the main push comes through. But again, don't let your guard down. I don't believe we've seen any watches issued for you. Let me just double check that before I say it. No, all of those watches have been issued to your west. So yeah, they're on the Kansas border. There's us in Springfield. And all that green there is from those the rain and thunderstorms that are around. There's all of the moisture kind of exploding there to the east of Shreveport. Let's check in on those. Whoops, too far. Welcome to those that are just joining the live stream. We are tracking a couple of tornado warnings now in Louisiana. I'm going to switch back over to the radar mode out of Shreveport. A couple of supercell thunderstorms here. Have a history of rotating. We've been watching these guys for a while. Still certainly tornado vortex signature in the mix. Let me just check. Not seeing a tornado debris signature. Doesn't mean there's not one on the ground because the radar beam's got to have to hit it right. But these things are rotating strongly. There is your tornado vortex signature here. So again, strong rotation. So let's get this back onto city mode. And it looks like here we have two areas of rotation. So this would be a sight to see if you had a clear view of this supercell, likely a cycling storm. Let me pull this out to reflectivity. So that's going to be a crazy one. So into Quitman, into Ruston. This is all still in Louisiana. Let me get back into... They could, but not today. Your threat would be Tuesday into Wednesday. These are going to stay to the east today. New tornado warning just out. If you saw that come up on the screen, that was the cell that we were just watching again looked like it was trying to cycle. So, man, I mean, we've got 3 rotation centers here. One there, and then a big one here. So Jonesboro, Hodge, Quitman, if you know anybody in these areas, please call them. Please let them know. Share this live stream with them. Anybody that lives into North Louisiana. Because these are starting to get a little ugly. I mean, not starting, they've been, but anyway, not liking what I'm seeing here on the radar trends. Let's take the telestration off. We're going to see what the radar just updated. And again, don't try to go see these things. These are going to be wrapped in rain today. If you are watching from these areas, this is a mean tornado vortex signature. For a fact, I will be streaming tomorrow, and might be able to on Wednesday morning as well. So yes, I will be here as much as I can, but definitely tomorrow and then probably Wednesday morning as well when that threat will be pushing through into Georgia. So we'll be streaming a lot over the next couple of days. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think you're correct in that. There's just that little sliver in Northeast Texas, but I think North Texas is looking good. Sorry, I'm trying not to sneeze. I'm going to go back to Oklahoma. I'm loving the fact that we've not like blown the roof off in Oklahoma. I need to turn on the regular radar reflectivity mode. Keep these things strung out like string beans, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The longer they stay like that, the lower I think the wind shear is just too much for these guys. There's not enough explosive development of these thunderstorms. They like wind shear, but again, when they go up, they can't get knocked over right away. They need to be able to go up and then spin. Not out of the woods, of course, but I'm liking that. Where we have more instability is down south, the Gulf of Mexico helping with that. I would stay weather aware. I would make sure that you have a way to get your warnings, to get any watches that are issued, and just stay weather aware. That's going to be my best advice for you tomorrow. Is to just make sure that you just have a heightened sense of awareness where you are, what you're doing, because there will be probably 2 lines of nasty thunderstorms coming through, and they could produce tornadoes. I do think the main threat is just to the south of you in Athens and Atlanta. But nonetheless, it's going to be a nasty line of thunderstorms coming through. So just keep that in mind. But it's always good on a day like today and a day like tomorrow and a day like Wednesday, when we do have that risk for severe weather, to always stay weather aware. All right, so we're going to check back in on these guys here. Velocity, reflectivity. All right, so let me know where you guys are tuning in from. See, we have a few new people on the live stream. Let me know where you're tuning in from. We had some requests earlier to take a look at the snow and ice storm in the northern plains. We came back down to the south because we did have a few active tornado warnings that looked very ugly on radar. We still have a few of those tornado warnings, but if there's anybody that wants to take a look at the snowy side of this, just post that in the comments, and then we can head in that direction, or take a look at up there as well. Hey, what's going on in Northeast Ohio? Hopefully you've warmed up from that blast of cold air from last week. Let's get back on city mode. It's going to give a heads up, call out a few spots. Okay, so again, Quitman, you need to be in your safe place. Hodge, Jonesboro, Louisiana. We're still in Louisiana. Simsboro, Ruston, Vienna, all in Louisiana. You guys need to be in your safe place right now. Again, that's away from any windows. It's interior room, lowest level of your home. Cover your head, things of that nature. I know that sounds scary. Believe me, I do. But again, in a situation like this, it's always about flying debris. Hopefully there's not an actual tornado on the ground, although we do have a very strong tornado vortex signature here. That's where we have, bring my telestration, the wind's going away from the radar that way and then toward. So there's your rotation right in here coming through. Okay, so report from a storm chaser just came into the live chat here. Still no reports of any tornadoes on there, but there's a lot of flooding going on. As we talked about earlier in the live chat, if you were with us, these things were kind of training on each other. So there's a lot of flooding there. The storm chaser here has reported numerous accidents associated with them along I-49. And flooding also on US 71 near Campty. So if you're familiar with those two spots, there's a lot of flooding in here. So I would assume a flash flood warning is going to be coming out in the short term here. A flash flood watch is already in effect, again, for the potential there for those, for that. So the good news is, and again, anytime I say good on this channel, it's a relative thing. And it's not completely good because we're not seeing these tornadoes touch down. It's obviously missing a key ingredient near the surface to be able to get the rotation to touch the ground. Okay, so that's been the short-term positive thing. But there is a ton of rain. So again, that has caused accidents in Louisiana, just a report there from a storm chaser. But so far, even in these very ugly-looking supercell thunderstorms that we've been tracking, there have not been any tornado-related damage or wind-related damage. So again, I'm going to take that all day. Just please be careful if you're out in western Louisiana, if you're driving from, say, DeRidder to Jonesboro. Again, we still have some ugly-looking hook echoes things. Awesome, man. Hope to see you again someday. Hopefully we're not talking about nasty weather, of course, but thanks so much for hopping on. It was good chatting with you, as always, and I hope to see you again on the next round of thunderstorms that come on through. Still watching some nasty storms. Jonesboro, Hodge, Quitman. Again, you need to be in your safe place, but I'm getting cautiously optimistic that this tornado threat is low. So I think here in Arkansas, what the deal is, we've had that rain and thunderstorms all day. The most primed environment for tornadoes is to your west and to your south. So as these things kind of track in, I like the fact that we have this, we call it stratiform rain. It's not convective. Convective are the thunderstorms. But I do think the rain and thunderstorms from earlier are helping to inhibit some of these thunderstorms that are sliding through right now and helping the intensity. I am also optimistic, cautiously, because these things are getting strung out like string beans here. See how they're this is near Tulsa now. See how they're kind of elongated here? And I mean, these have been going on for at least 30 minutes, probably even more like an hour. And they're just not doing anything. I'm loving that. Again, I'm not sounding the all clear by any means. We could still get a couple of very strong tornadoes. It just takes one to find the juice that it likes in the atmosphere to go nuts. We all know that, especially if we live in these areas. But again, it's looking less and less outbreaky. And again, we talked about this earlier if you're with us earlier in the day. It's likely the main reason why there was not an upgrade to a moderate risk, because there were some of these kind of parameters. Hey, Caleb, what's going on? Will DFW get a tornado watch? I don't think they will, and here's why. I think the storms are starting to pop in a line just to your east. Let me turn on the DFW radar. So the storms are popping just to your east. So here we go at DFW. There's where the storms are going. So I think they have the watch correct. I don't think we're going to see Dallas get into a watch. Here's the other perspective here. We have the drier air kind of pushing in. You see that orange color? This is kind of like the leading edge. Here's our upper low. Let me zoom this out a little further. Our upper low is hanging out right here. The dip in the jet stream is coming in like this. So that's the forcing mechanism here, that's helping to get all of these storms out here going. But that dry air in the orange and yellow is just on the west side of Dallas. So all the storms that are popping there are as a result of that, and that's going to be in Dallas pretty soon. So long story short, I don't think DFW is going to get a tornado watch. Absolutely. Hey, what is going on? Good to see you on the live stream. If you are just joining us for the first time and love tracking the weather or talking about it or just wanting to stay informed, please consider hitting that subscribe button. And would love it if you give this a thumbs up. It helps YouTube send it out to more people as we kind of track and alert of the severe weather. Let's go. Fizzle it out. Fizzle it out. I'm with you. I think the main severe weather threat should fizzle out, but I do think we could get in on some heavy rain. Let me pull up the future radar. We'll go up to Ohio and into the Great Lakes region as a whole, because we had some questions earlier as well about Hey, Riley, good question. I'm going to get to that in 1 second. We're just going to fast forward. There comes your heavy rain through Ohio. This is overnight. So this is now at 3 a.m. Eastern time. And then there's a lot of that's a lot of heavy rain. So I'd watch out for some ponding and some flooding. Maybe an outside shot for a rogue strong thunderstorm in the southern part where you're seeing those darker reds, like through Cincy, south of Columbus, and all that stuff. Here's the deal with Tulsa. Right now, everything, let me switch to the radar out of Tulsa. You have a couple of storms off to your east and west. One right here, one right here, one right here. Their storms are going up. The good news is that I think the wind shear is just a little too strong. So the conditions are favorable for tornadoes in and around the Tulsa area. So that's why you're in the watch. I don't know that all of the ingredients are coming together in the right way to get these things to be super crazy on a widespread scale. We were talking about this earlier. I'm not sure if you were on, but notice how these are like super elongated, kind of like string beans. That's an indication to me that the wind shear is greater than the instability, and that the storms are going up, they're developing, but then they're kind of being strung out because they're kind of blowing off. So you're under the tornado watch because the conditions are favorable. But they may not all be there, and again, that's of course a good thing. But still, tornado watch goes until 9, I believe, for Tulsa. So just be careful there. Absolutely, I'm with you. We're watching closely, and again, you've got probably a couple of more hours before like the all clear is there. Because we still have these storms firing up near Stroud, east of Oklahoma City, east of Stillwater, like right in here, that'll kind of drift up into your direction. And if it finds something that it likes, remember the atmosphere isn't uniform. So right here it could be looking, whoops, my telestrator went off. Right here it could be much better than right here for that tornado to, for all that stuff. So perfect, excellent, you're on it. Absolutely. Just could be just right. Are you talking about the severe weather risk from the Storm Prediction Center? I'll pull that up. Let's go to day 1. Let me see if that's what you were talking about. Yep. So yeah. So you are in the level 2. So you were in the slight, but if the next update, I don't think you're going to be in that anymore. So that's the forecast issued for today. And again, It was there because the potential was there. So it was thought earlier from the Storm Prediction Center that we would have that shot. Now again, you kind of see where those storms are firing out, right where these blue boxes are. These are special weather statements. So again, they're watching those storms closely. We're watching those storms closely as well. There comes that drier air, and those height falls, as we call that, with that upper low coming through, is forcing up these storms to the east of Oklahoma City, certainly to the east of Dallas. Okay, now I need to turn my telestrator off, and it won't go. But that is why. And again, that line here, this yellow line, represents that slight risk, or that level 2. There is level 3. So the main risk here, it was just to your east, and that it was that slight risk because there was a slight opportunity that you could generate those storms just to the west of Dallas, and then they would be really nasty in Dallas. So that was the forecast there. I'm sure that's going to be trimmed back further whenever they issue their next outlook in the next couple of hours. Hey, what's going on, Weather Watcher? Good to see you again. I really appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that as well. Thank you for tuning in and finding us. Where were you located again? I apologize that I forget there are a lot of people. So where are you tuning in from again? So I'll make sure that I continue to keep an eye on that. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question is why you're in a level 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Yes, okay. I will remember that. All right, so here's how things are looking. We're starting to get darker reds popping up here. So it's an indication that we are starting to see these things get a little more intense now in eastern Oklahoma. So the time is literally now and over the next hour for these things to show any kind of signs of supercellular development. So this is going to be just to the north of you now in Valiant. I just saw you pop up. Where'd it go? There we go. So these are just to your north and west. So we're going to be watching that. And again, next hour will be critical in determining what we get here. Because we have this kind of line. Are these trying to spin? We're going to go on a little radar tour. There's a teeny tiny bit of rotation in there. Teeny tiny bit. Not a lot. Not a lot. So I think the strongest opportunity for tornadoes are probably still going to be in Louisiana right now. That is at least where we have some of that wind shear that's kind of balancing out the instability, or the instability balancing out the Cape. So I would say that Louisiana is still there. So watch out so again, heads up in northeast Louisiana, maybe as far west as, or far east, I should say, as western Mississippi, and then extreme southeast Arkansas. The other spot would be, again, east Oklahoma. So we have these storms firing off here. We have these storms firing just to the east of Dallas. When I looked at the mesoanalysis page about like where the ingredients were kind of coming together, the thing that stood out to me for the best potential for these storms to rotate was going to be right in extreme northeast Texas, extreme southwest Arkansas, and then right into the foothills. So again, watch for that. When I was talking about Tulsa, about things being strung out, we're going to be watching these for you where you are in Valiant. And all that jazz. So, Hugo, Valiant, now that I know we have somebody watching here, we're going to be watching these guys for you. These are going to slide up this way. And if they can stay by themselves as they move off to the north and east towards Sulphur Springs, Paris, Texas, that is where we're going to be watching. I think that might be the main threat going forward tonight. Now, let's see. There's a cell here that's looking kind of rowdy. Nope, it was just because it was on a radar that was far away. So, all things considered, pretty tame. Pretty tame. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So that's what we have, and it's happening now just to the east of Texas, or east of Dallas. So there you go. Thanks for popping back on. There we go. So it was like too little, too late. I mean, again, unless you're rooting for this stuff, but there's where the storms are starting to pop off, and we did have a couple of storms try to get going, and then I think they were just sheared off too. And then now it's certainly too late as we have all that drier air pushing in. It's made it to Wichita Falls, made it to Abilene, San Angelo, and Brownwood. I mean, the all clear is there. We weren't really in a severe risk there anyway. But, I mean, there comes all that dry air coming into Dallas, coming into Oklahoma City. So let's go. Let's get this over with. Heck yeah. I love it. All right, so let's do a recharge here. We're going to go take a look at this storm that's to the west of Monroe, still a tornado warning storm. Still a beefy, high precipitation supercell, as we call it, because there's a lot of rain with it. There's really, really, really strong rotation there. Are we seeing anything? Thank you for that report. So that's going to be because the upper low is kind of pinwheeling around now. So you're going to get that difference in pressure. Look at this thing. It's beastly. That's the upper low near Denver. So there is your storm. The cold front's coming through, and that's what's helping to kick up the wind. All right. So we're going to go check in on, I don't think, velocity. There's where our tornado vortex signature is. This is just to the east of Jonesboro, Louisiana. Just drop my cap. Speaking of cap, I just dropped my pop cap. Good thing that's the only cap that's dropping. We do have it breaking though in East Oklahoma and East Texas. I sure hope not. Our risk is there. We are in that enhanced risk area, that level 3, and we're also in. Actually, I lied. We're in the level 2 right now. Not in a tornado watch. I don't know why I was thinking it was a little bit further north. Doesn't mean we're not going to get anything. See these storms that are kind of like popping here where it starts to get green. This is the water vapor imagery now. We're seeing the supercellular structures starting to pop. This is east of Tulsa, and these are going to be the storms really that we need to watch over the next hour or two. So certainly these are going to get close to Joplin. And we will see if the Weather Service extends that tornado watch. Right now, we're not in a tornado watch in Joplin or Springfield or anywhere in Missouri. But if these look like they're going to hold together, then that's going to be needed to be extended in toward Topeka, Kansas City, Joplin, Springfield. But right now, I mean, they're taking their good old time, and they can keep on doing that. All right, so we're going to go back into, again, strong rotation. Jonesboro, Louisiana. If you're watching from Jonesboro, Quitman, Chatham, I mean, safe place now. Welcome to everybody just joining us. We have a few new people hopping on the live stream. Please post in the comments where you're watching from. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We've been on this live stream for almost 2 hours, or over 2 hours now. We're watching one very concerning cell here. There's also another one that we're going to keep an eye on near Simsboro, Louisiana, up here. The most concerning cell is just to the north of Jonesboro. Checking in on this one. It looks like we might have a tornado on the ground here. Tornado debris signature might be popping up. I'm going to see if I can get some confirmation if we have a storm chaser on this or not. But it's certainly looking, we have a very strong couplet here. Let me just back this up. Where's the radar that I'm on? Okay, so we're on the Shreveport radar. Pretty good sight. This is the wind going towards the radar. This is the wind going away from the radar. There is our tornado vortex signature right here. When we switch it to correlation coefficient, you see that drop out there in color. Okay? I believe we have a tornado on the ground here. Tornado in progress to the east of Hodge, Louisiana, in Jonesboro. What the correlation coefficient does is the radar sends out two different beams, one horizontal and then one horizontal, one vertical. And it can determine if it's highly correlated. If it's all rain, it's going to show up purple like this. That means that it's highly correlated. When it is low color like that, that means that the radar is seeing something that are different shapes and sizes, potentially debris. And it's in the area that we would look for a tornado debris signature, right where the tornado vortex signature is. So I do think we have a tornado in progress. Again, radar technology has come a far way. And we can confirm tornadoes on radar now. So stand by. This is going to be something developing. That's a lot of noise. Let's go back to correlation coefficient. Again, this is the one that we need right in here. But I'm confident in saying that we're going to have a tornado on the ground northeast of Hodge, north of Jonesboro, in these areas. So again, if you know anybody, and since this one is so strong, Chaudron, Louisiana, apologies if I'm saying that wrong, Downsville, Louisiana. These are 15-minute increments. So this is going to be in Downsville. I know we're not in a tornado warning, but at 5:31, this is going to be in town. I hope it doesn't hold together, but we need to be making sure that we are getting prepared and getting into our safe place, even though we don't have an official tornado warning yet. That will likely be extended. This thing is a beast. So this is so far the strongest of the day. There's a tornado vortex signature. There is, nope, don't want that. It appears we have, let me see, I exited out of my National Weather Service chat here. Let me get back into it. and just see if there was a storm chaser on this one. Hey, good to see you again, and it's in the ugly portion of the stream now. It looks like we might have a tornado on the ground. Trying to see if there's any storm chaser on this. We have a very nasty tornado vortex signature. Absolutely. Hopefully that was not on the ground when it went to the east side of Jonesboro, but you see this big bright area. There's where the rotation is in that storm. Let me see if the radar update still has that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's on the ground. Stand by. I'm just going to get back into the chat because I'm dumb and hit the X and accidentally clicked out of it. But again, I'm pretty sure. I just want to see if they have a chaser on that. Welcome to all of those that have just joined the live stream while I am getting back into the chat room. Okay, let's see. That might be. Let's see if they've updated the warning or anything. Come on. Yep, so there we go. So we were just talking about the we just confirmed the tornado. They updated the warning, and there it goes, confirmed tornado. I don't know if you could read that or not, but a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Jonesboro. So they did update the warning. We were talking about that just before that they did that because, again, that tornado vortex signature and tornado debris signature was there. So this is an extremely large, powerful, destructive tornado, whatever word you want to use. That's what the Weather Service just called it. So, again, we need to be making sure that we are in a safe place. Shodrint, my apologies if I'm saying that wrong. You need to be in your safe place now. This is going to be lifting up into your area over the next 15 minutes. Again, this is a big one. This is something that you do not want to play with. If you are living in a mobile home, you need to get out and you need to find a safe place immediately. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation now that we've gotten ourselves into. We just talked about northeast Louisiana. Looked like it was primed for one. And there we go. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. There it is. There's the tornado debris signature. I know this is just like a lot of color here, but yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. Don't worry, not in Georgia. This is in Louisiana. Any idea on size? Let me see. Stand by. Let me get back into the Shreveport chat room. The Weather Service in Shreveport. All right, so power outage reported in Jonesboro with trees down Walker Road, trees across mobile home. So there are some damage reports coming in from Jonesboro. So, okay, we're going to try to see. Let me just get this back. And we'll try to estimate the size here just based on debris alone. My gosh, this is awful. All right, so we're going to do, we have 70 mile per hour outbound winds and then 40 mile per hour inbound winds. Multiply those together. You're talking about the potential for, what's 70 plus 50 pretty much, like 120, 130 mile per hour winds there. All right, so we've got Jonesboro apparently did take a hit from this storm. Damage path across LA4 between Jonesboro and Weston. Large trees down. It looks like damage ahead as well. Yikes. All right, let's get back to the debris signature. Again, you have to be careful with the debris signature because sometimes they pop up, but this one is confirmed all over the place. Okay, it looks like we may have lost it there. You do have to be careful about driving away too, because you don't want to be stuck on the road when a tornado comes as well. There was a meteorologist in Oklahoma City a few years ago that told people to do that and got people killed. So that's not always the best thing to do either. You just want to make sure that you can get into a good shelter because you don't want to be stuck on the highway. No, I absolutely. That's the thing. It's just it's hard in the South because there are no basements. It's really, really hard in the South, and that's why again you have to. Yeah, so you would have to be extremely, extremely careful for sure. You got it. I know. In one of my favorite movies, Twister, they totally get that wrong. That's one of the biggest myths. You don't want to be under the overpass because it increases the winds. You don't want to be there. I will say the threat does go down as we get into Wednesday, but there is still the potential again for these strong thunderstorms to produce tornadoes over the next few days, especially the further south you are, because there's a little more instability because of the Gulf of Mexico. All right, so let's check this out. We're going to get back here. We still have the tornado vortex signature. It does look a little less. There it is there. Still a tornado debris signature. Let's see. The debris looks like it's a half a mile wide. Don't know if the tornado is a half a mile wide, but yeah, no, it's a common thing. It's a common thing. The best thing to do, literally, the best thing to do if you're on the road is you see a tornado is to literally get out and get into like a ditch on the side of the road. That's crazy stuff. That's scary stuff. Wow, that's crazy. I'm glad that you were safe. They will. There's going to be multiple rounds, which is kind of hard. So that's what we're going to be watching over the next few days. Absolutely, Oklahoman right there. That's exactly what you have to do. Exactly what you have to do. All right, so here we go. We're going to get back into this one. We're going to pull out. There's also flash flood warnings in play. This is ugly here. Again, it looks like we have some confirmed damage north and east of Jonesboro from this confirmed tornado. I hope so too. Thank you for doing that because I was very interested to see. I know there was at least some damage to a mobile home just northeast, but again, there's not many towns popping up, and I'm zooming in very, very close to this. So it is my hope as well that most of this was rural and nothing was impacted. If there's anybody watching that knows more about this area, please post in the chat because we are certainly concerned about the people here. Of course. So let me get back. Let's get back to the tornado itself. Okay, it looks like now we are seeing it's certainly not as intense as it was before. Okay? It's not as intense as it was before. So now this is the stage where we look to see, okay, is this thing going to die? Or are we going to cycle this thing? Let's hope it's the first and not the latter. Let's hope this thing does not. But we've pretty much been watching this thing for an hour. I mean, that was the one that was like way down here that worked its way up. All right, let me see. Let me get back in the chat. All right, so the tornado is now passing just to the west of Vernon. There is the new tornado warning to confirm that. Now passing west of Vernon, area between Vernon and Ruston. So again, Chaudron. You need to be in your safe place right now. Ruston, safe place now. The tornado is still on the ground. And if you are in a mobile home, again, you need to get out of that mobile home. And hopefully, if you live in a mobile home park, they do have some kind of shelter. If not, you need to get out and you need to get low, because if this thing does hit the mobile home, it's very difficult to survive. Even weak tornadoes are very difficult to survive in a mobile home. This is a strong tornado. And again, I'll show you, I mean, this is the exact, so this is now, they've officially issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So this is the PDS tornado warning. What that means is that there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, moving towards a population center. Okay, so this is a very, very, so if you know anybody, share this stream, call your friends, text your friends. I mean, again, you are in a life-threatening situation. Those are words from the National Weather Service as well. If you've been with me long enough, you know I hate hype. You know I hate that garbage that's on social media. We tell it like it is here, and we talk all science and meteorology, and I'm not going to blow something out of proportion if unless it's a very dangerous situation like this. And unfortunately, it looks like it chose option 2 here, and this is going to cycle. The strong tornado vortex signature did come back. There it is. It's completely rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see this. This thing is engulfed in rain. You see all the red out here, completely engulfed in rain. It looks like we may have lost the debris signature there for a time, so maybe it lifted. Awesome stuff. Wow, thanks for all you do. That's crazy. All right, so we are on that. Wow, we are checking up on that. Absolutely. Look, tornadoes are cool when they're in an open field and not hitting a farmer or not hitting somebody's property. Like, the science of them are crazy. It's cool. Like, I'm not going to lie, but someone got excited about this, they're out of their mind. Because, it's the most, I say that, I've said this now, unfortunately, the last month we've been tracking these things. It's the most sobering thing as a meteorologist or a person to watch that on radar going towards somebody's home, going towards somebody's town, and not being able to stop it. But it's just extremely powerful. So no, I appreciate you finding the stream and for that, because again, you're not going to get any of that BS here. And again, thank you for the conversations that we've been having today. Thank you for the reports and for watching the radar with me, because it's just me back here, and we're doing this together, and that's what we do on this channel. So I appreciate you. All right, so let's see here. While we are watching that, again, confirmed tornado. This is going to be east of Shreveport. Ruston, you need to be in your safe place. Farmerville, Downsville, Vienna, Dubach in Louisiana. This is to the west of Monroe. You need to be in your safe place. Let me just see. All right, so let's go back to velocity. Yeah, it's cycling. So we have a cyclic supercell, meaning that the tornado will ramp up. It'll wrap in some of that rain-cooled air, but then it'll cycle back up again. And we did see it kind of lose its mojo for a second, and now it's back. Again, the green toward the radar, the red is the wind away from the radar. So extremely dangerous situation here. I'm going to turn on the correlation coefficient again. We don't have that tornado debris signature back just yet, so let's keep this thing off the ground. No doubt rain wrapped. All right, so let's check out on our guys here in Oklahoma. So far, nothing crazy to report. Let me change. Let me change radar sites real quick. We're going to take a look at Oklahoma. Need to get back to reflectivity. All right, so in the short term, I want to watch this one here. This is an extreme northeast Oklahoma. So somebody was asking about Joplin. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Joplin. Pryor Creek, Chelsea, Veneta, Miami, Oklahoma, Pittsburgh, Kansas. We're not in any kind of warning or whatever, but if you know anybody in these areas, okay, watch. I want you to watch here, because when we did the mesoanalysis, northeast Oklahoma is certainly an area where we could have some of that extra low-level rotation that could help get a tornado to the ground. Okay, so that's one area that we want to watch. The other part was extreme southeast, where our friend lives in Valiant. Right now we are quiet, but we're going to watch these guys come out of Texas. So let's go back to Texas. So we're going to watch these as well. So it is creeping to Joplin. And again, I want you to pay attention to these ones. Just to your south here in Texas. Like right around Sulphur Springs, Petty, just on the other side of the river here. Because they're going to be moving up in your direction towards Hugo, towards Valiant. Right now, they are nice and tame, but there's a much better environment for these things to spin a little bit more once they get into extreme southeast Oklahoma. So again, heads up to you, my friend. We're going to be watching that. And then watching those guys here to the east of Oklahoma City. And then, okay, let's go check back on the most pressing matter where we have a confirmed tornado. Yeah, it's stupid humid. And it's just crazy with how cold it was, too. Just the insane shift back to, like, warmer than normal. All right, we're going back to the Shreveport radar. We're going to take a look at this. There's a lot of junk in the way. Velocity mode. Okay. Well, we're getting towards the purple haze. We're getting pretty far out. And that could be the other reason, too, that we don't see the damage anymore. We're getting pretty far away from the radar. So there we go. There's our confirmed tornado. So again, Chaudron, you need to be in your safe place. If you know anybody in northern Louisiana, Downsville, Farmerville, Marion, we're not in the tornado warning just yet, but this thing is likely going to hold together. Let's head back into the chat room. Okay, for anybody wondering about so far the storm chaser that's on that's on that storm says that there's looks like structures did not sustain much in the area in its path. So thank God for that. We'll wait to see if there was anything else, but it's vital we have a chaser on this storm here. Well, not me, I didn't send him out, but he's reported that information to the chat, to the Weather Service chat that I'm in. So, yeah, if you know anybody along I-20, and here's I-20 here, right in this blue line that goes through Monroe, there is your tornado. It's about to cross I-20, if you're familiar with this area. So, Chaudron, Downsville, safe place right now. And again, if you know anybody, call those. Thank you, Storm Boys. Yeah, that's going to be with the main front itself moving through. And again, it's not much. Even there. Yeah, I would even say, I mean, I think I think 9, 10 o'clock tonight in North Dallas, you could have a couple of thunderstorms. I don't think they're going to be to the level of what we're seeing right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I think you're right. I've not looked myself, so thank you for looking at that. But yeah, we have that. I mean, it's big on the map here, the name. And when it's a little bit bigger, that means there's more people there. Thank you for that information. It's great to have you on this stream. I appreciate you. Okay, so there it was. It just kind of fell apart a little bit. You see it kind of fall apart? We're going to lose the good radar information or the radar data here. Let me see if there's a better radar that we can look at. I mean, there's just like nothing. Shreveport's still the best, but we're going to lose it. All right, so let's see. Absolutely. I wish we could have a radar everywhere. But like you said before, terrain hurts. Everything hurts, and now I think we're just in a radar dead zone here in northeast Louisiana. I mean, look at that. We have a radar in Little Rock, Shreveport, and then Jackson, and like right smack dab in northeast Louisiana, it's a radar dead zone. Welcome to everybody that's just joined a live stream. I see we have a few people on. Again, we're tracking a dangerous tornado here. It looks like it may have lifted in the short term. Let me just check to see. Yep, so it appears that it is no longer confirmed, and that's what we thought. We lost the tornado debris signature, thankfully. But there is the message from the Weather Service just coming in real time, seeing exactly what we were just talking about here, that it looked like it was falling apart a little bit. The rotation is broad. I wouldn't think that this is on the ground, so maybe we're going to get lucky in Chaudron. Maybe. Again, you need to be in your safe place. Chaudron, Downsville, forget about it. Interior room, all that stuff. What I'm saying here is just cautious optimism that it's not as intense as what it was north of Jonesboro about 30 minutes ago. So again, we're watching this very, very closely here. This is still a very dangerous storm, but not as tight. The couplet, the rotation, not as ugly as what it was before. You are too kind. I'm probably butchering everything, especially in Louisiana. We had those tornadoes last week. The whole French thing gets me, so I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Please feel free to correct me. I will not be offended, and I'm sorry if I'm offending everybody with the wrong names, with the pronunciations. But yeah, feel free if I am saying something wrong to correct me. I would agree with that 100%. El Dorado, Arkansas. Let's hope it stays away from that. I love it. Fantastic. Lots of industry there. If you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Here's the prime example. You can kind of see this weekend here as it goes into Chaudron. Again, still a very dangerous storm, but clearly that couplet that was very tight down here weakened. So hopefully we're going to get through this in Chaudron without any major damage. If you are just joining us, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Thank you for finding the live stream. If you like talking and tracking the weather, please hit subscribe. If you are finding this stream helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It'll help YouTube put it out to more people so that we can alert more people with what is coming down the pipeline. So thanks so much again for finding us, and thanks for all your reports and for everything that you guys are doing to help this conversation go forward, because it helps, tell the weather story a lot. Hey, man, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. And thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for stopping by and for, having the conversation with us. That's the point of this channel. And again, all that stuff that's out there is the reason why I started this channel, because it made me upset. It made me angry that people kind of use the weather for clicks and for fear and for all that stuff. And I don't like it. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Dwayne. All right, so I think we're doing better with this storm here. Let's go check out Oklahoma again. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. In eastern Oklahoma, I have to change the radar site. We're going to go back to the reflectivity mode here. We're going to pause this. All right, so again, we have these little supercell structures right here. Let's get into velocity now. Let's take a look at the winds in here. Still nothing too crazy. I will, yes. I will 100% be doing that for sure. For sure. When there's something crazy going on, I always like to try to live stream, so I'm going to try to be here tomorrow as well. I'm also going to try to have a video update for our friends in the West that are going to be getting slammed by the atmospheric river after atmospheric river. But yeah, short answer is yes. And then, of course, into hurricane season as well. But let's not think about that because I'm in Florida and we were just awful year for us, highlighting that it only takes one. We got two. Ugly stuff. But anyway, so far so good. There's not a ton of rotation on these storms here. And as I say that, you saw the red pop up. 2 new tornado warnings. They are getting out ahead of it. And the reason why they're doing that is because the environment is much better here. We're talking about northeast Oklahoma. Here we go. So, all right. So we're in Oklahoma now. So Pensacola, Oklahoma, Hoot Owl, Pryor Creek, Grand Lake Town, Ketchum, Adair, Langley. These are going to be through. These are going to be heading into your area again. That's certainly a supercell thunderstorm with the rotation starting to increase just a little bit here. I couldn't even imagine. Could not even imagine. One of the meteorologists I work with in Orlando, also, she was a kid. She was, I think, 5 years old. 4 years old. Yeah, just awful stuff. She remembers the house coming down. Just crazy. Couldn't even imagine that storm. All right. So now that we have 2 new tornado warnings in Oklahoma, this is still going to be to the north of you in Valiant. Let me change radars. Let's go back out of... It's spinning, but I really think that they... Let me get into the Tulsa chat and see if they can give me some insight on why they warned on those things. Okay, so far, east of Jonesboro, it looks like we have a ton of trees down, but we may have avoided a lot of the structures. And as Ann mentioned earlier, it didn't look like it was too heavily populated. All right, so we got a good view of this tornado warn storm here. That's crazy. I mean, the bathtub's the place to be. Were you in that area for any of the big ones in 90, 99 or 2013? I think those were the years. That was the F5, the Moore F5, Moore, Oklahoma City. And then again, the next Moore tornado as well. What's the other town that it went through? I can't even remember now. I'll know it when it pops up. Newcastle. Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. I can't even imagine that. All right, so we're going to go take a look in East Oklahoma. Man, so I can imagine. Thank you for all you do. That's impressive. I can't even imagine what you saw in that time with storm damage. in that part of the country, specifically, I mean, Newcastle. You guys have been through, I mean, I don't need to tell you that. Let me give this a refresher. Make sure I'm pulling in the most up-to-date data here. All right, so there is our couplet. Yeah, I was going to get into the Tulsa chat. Join group chat. Okay, so they... All right, so don't like that last scan. Okay, this one is starting to get uglier. For all the new people just joining, welcome to the live stream. We are watching 2 tornado warning storms, the potential for a third here. Another ugly looking hook right there. We've got 3 hook echoes now. These are the ones that look like string beans, and we talked about the environment in northeast Oklahoma being some of the best in this event here for the development of tornadoes. Below Pryor Creek, yes. So here is our little hook echo right in here. So this is a nasty supercell. I do believe, though, North Maze T. Let me see. I don't have the airport. Let me look at my phone here to get to the airport one. Aha. Yeah, so I think that is we clearly have a hook echo there. And I'm trying to see if we have any chasers on that. Let's look at this. Rotation is increasing. I got you. Let me see if I can turn on the airport radars. Okay, some good news out of that one that we were tracking that was on the ground before in Louisiana. No major damage reported other than some tree damage. So that's some good stuff. We're concerned with the tornadoes now in Oklahoma. Let me go back. I'm on the airport radar now. Let me go back to the actual radar because you have a good view of it. And so that's the key here, is that we are really, really close. You may have seen where it said strong low-level rotation. We're very, very close to the radar site, so the beam isn't going that high. Before, in those ones that were rotating strongly, we were looking up into the storm, up into the mesocyclone, and that rotation has to get to the ground. Here, with the radar being so close, we have that rotation very close to the surface. So again, that is why the Weather Service had mentioned about this could produce a tornado at any time, because we're not looking that far up into the storm. I mean, there's the radar site, that big black area here where there's nothing. That's the radar. And turn on my tool here. I mean, we're only looking at about 1,000 to 1,500 feet off the ground. So that is, I mean, that's a pretty good look. That's about as best a good of a look as you can get here at the structure of this storm. A very electrified storm. I see all the lightning strikes in that. So if there were going to be debris, still too noisy, we'd be able to see that pretty good. Hey, Maria, good to see you. Yeah, unfortunately, we were picking 2023 up right where 2022 left off. All right, so emergency management saying that they have power flashes west of Highway 69 at 450 and 440. Indiana is still looking good, other than some heavy rain, maybe an isolated strong storm, but nothing like what we are tracking here. Absolutely. Barely. All right, so we're going to have... All right, so we have some power flashes being reported with this one down here. So let's inspect that one. Emergency management is reporting power flashes. Seeing cloud banding southwest of Valiant. We're going to go check that out for you. Okay, let's see. We need to change the radar. We're going to go out of the west. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Take your pick of radars. Looks like we have a nasty, nasty hail core with this as well. We're going to turn on correlation coefficient with this one because you can see, looks like you might have a spike here. So that's going to be, there's going to be big time hail in this. Eufaula. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. There's some big hail falling. Oh boy. Okay, so it looks like we might have okay, so here we go. This is not what you don't want to see. So this is in the storm. This is where the hail core is. This is where the tornado would sit. And you see this big bright ball there. That is a debris ball. Let me just make sure that I mean, that's you don't see. You're supposed to see lower reflectivities there. Lots of just bring up. I can't tell that. Okay, it went away. Maybe it was just like a little something. But this is your textbook supercell thunder. You see the dovetails here. And then there's your hook echo. So there's your supercell thunderstorm. That's one. And then again, here's what you're talking about with these storms here, just off to your south in Valiant. Let me change the radar perspective. So then these are what we're going to look out for you over the next hour. So really, I think as we get into like 747 area, there we go. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you are just joining us, we are tracking tornado-warned cells here in East Oklahoma, also in northern Louisiana. Would appreciate if you give this a thumbs up if you haven't already, to get this out to more people now that we are really starting to see the ugliness happen. Unfortunately, right on schedule here in extreme northeast Oklahoma. Let me change the radar site, and we are going to get back into this. If you're finding us for the first time, my name is meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We would love to have you on board as we talk and track the weather together. Let's get a look up into this one. Still a tornado warned storm there. Let's go back. This is the one that we're really concerned with here, where law enforcement or emergency management was reporting power flashes. Okay, Chaser reports a wall cloud near Savannah in West Pittsburgh County. So we're going to go take a look at that. So this is the one where storm chasers were on it. There's no warning on this one just yet. So again, that's all of these then are going to be firing up. Let me center that for you. Make sure I'm on the correct radar, because now we have a plethora of radars to be on. So now it looks like all of these are going to try and spin. And again, remember they were all strung out over here. When I showed you guys that this is where they were all strung out, the better environment, and I use better for the tornado, worse for us, was in eastern Oklahoma, and they were able to hold it together tight enough or long enough to get into that better environment where there's instability meets up with the wind shear, and that's what we are seeing right now. Might not be a bad thing. I know they have a bunch out there for research whenever they get out there. A lot of the universities roll those things out. Those are really cool. Eufaula just gusted to 56 miles an hour as that storm went through. All right, sorry for the delay there. I was just getting caught up in the chat and in the weather service chat to see if any storm chaser was on these ones. Hey, Daniel, what's going on? No tornado warnings near Texas. It looks like most of Texas is going to be in the clear. We're just watching here extreme northeast Texas, like from about Sulphur Springs to Pecan Gap to Paris. That's where we're going to be looking for Texas. Still, though, I think that the worst of this, and it's these guys here, they have those same kidney bean shapes or isolated discrete. So again, in and around Hugo, that's why we are watching that 3 miles north of Crowder, Oklahoma, county line west of my road to the corner of 3 counties. Okay, in McIntosh County so far, the storm report, a funnel cloud lifted, dropped, lifted, never touched the ground. So again, same kind of deal so far. Let's keep this going. And again, I also, not to be outdone, we're not talking about, well, we still have a tornado warning. This is a new one now. This is the same one that went through Jonesboro. We're going to take a look at that. But notice all these little green boxes here. Those are flash flood warnings. So not only do we have the tornado threat for the next couple of hours, we have the very heavy rainfall rates that will continue, and that will lead to some flash flooding. Again, make sure you're not driving through these if you're in these areas. We unfortunately lose too many lives from people driving through flooded roads. That kills way more people than tornadoes do. Large funnel spotted, indicated 3 miles of McAllister. South-southwest of Crowder. Alrighty, we're going to head back up into that direction again. Real quick, while we are in Louisiana, I just want to check up on this to see. So this one keeps on cycling. This is the same storm, and that's the best the velocity has looked in a long time, unfortunately. So again, just a quick heads up again. If you're watching in Farmerville, in Marion, this is now going to get up into Arkansas. We talked about southeast Arkansas going to be back under the gun at about this time. Strong, Crowsit, Huttig, safe places now. There's also 2 little areas of rotation popping up in that cell. So again, we have that to contend with. I am so sorry to hear that. I am very sorry to hear that. Especially in Arizona, those are no joke because the runoff is crazy. That's awful. No rotation in New Orleans, but I do, if you're in that area, pay attention early tomorrow and then again into the afternoon. You're going to have a couple of rounds of severe weather coming through as well. Unfortunately, we know that all too well over the past, last year we had 2 of those big ones roll right on near downtown. So be on the lookout for that. All right, we're going to head back into Oklahoma. Out of Oklahoma City. Let's go out of to the west, there is our tornado vortex signature just by Dutchess Landing. This is the same one you follow. We were watching earlier. Again, it got close. But it never touched down. Let's keep it that way. Not that they listen to me or anything, but we can hope. Let's check out this one. It's looking better. Better for us. There are four active tornado warnings right now, 2 in Oklahoma, and then there are 2 in Louisiana. Really, technically just 1 because this one just hasn't been dropped yet by the Weather Service. So there's 3 active tornado warnings. Lake and Forest around the McAllister one, awesome. Spotter said the large funnels on the Savannah cell. We can go back in. They were reporting that funnel for a while, and again, I'm happy to report so far that we have not seen any debris signature with that. We have not had any reports other than the funnel cloud. There's the McAllister area. Let me change the radar. And the Savannah one, I believe, was the further south of, I believe, this one here. So no warning on that one just yet. We'll watch it. It's starting to get that hook look. And again, let's take a look at the velocity on that. It's trying to get going. So far, it's nothing too crazy. Let me look. Okay. Okay, so this is the deal. This is going to be now the meso analysis. Okay? So I don't know how much of this screen. I'm going to bring out the other illustration here. But basically what we're seeing here matches up perfectly, as you would expect, to where we're seeing the spinning. So this is basically a parameter here that's going to take a few things in. This is a significant tornado parameter in the lower levels. So where you're seeing the brighter lines here, this is where we're getting this. So this is where we're starting to see some bigger stuff. And then it extends like out into Louisiana, these red lines here, and then down into East Texas. So really some of the best environment is in Northeast Texas. So this is where we're going to have to watch for any of these developing in this area in Northeast Texas, where we have a few of these now, and then drifting up into Southeast Oklahoma and to Southwest Arkansas. Okay, so we do have a pretty good environment here. Now, when I say good for this, I mean bad for us, good for the storms. A little more juice here in the lower levels of the atmosphere. And again, I think that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing, thankfully, a bunch of touchdowns tonight. We're seeing these things vigorously rotate in the low to mid levels of the atmosphere. But so far, at least to my knowledge from what we've seen here and from some of the reports that we've gotten, we have not seen things connect except for one near Jonesboro, Louisiana. Parts of Arkansas, yes, so they are under that tornado warning in Arkansas. We'll get back to that. That's with that same one, Jonesboro, and that's a different one now. So that is a different one. So now we do have 4 tornado warnings. So thank you, Jonathan, for pointing that out. That is a new tornado. So as we were kind of doing that meso analysis there, this one, we're going to take a look at that. So this is going to be northeast of Little Rock. And it's certainly not looking like the ones that are to the west, but nonetheless, let's take a look at this. So there it is. A little bit of spin there. Georgetown, Arkansas, get in your safe place once you get there now. Augusta, not Augusta, Georgia. My bad. Thinking of the Masters. Augusta, Arkansas. You need to be in your safe place. And then also in the extreme southern Arkansas, right along the Louisiana border, is that second tornado warning there as well. So there you go. Georgetown, Enright, Pryor, and Andrews all under tornado warnings. So thank you for the help with that. No storm near New Orleans at this time. We're down here, so I'll turn on the radar. At least nothing terrible. That's going to change, though, like late tonight and into tomorrow. I think the risk is about the same in those areas. We do have that enhanced risk, and especially like since the risk area moves closer to the Gulf of Mexico, I think we could have a shot for some of these to get really nasty because there's going to be extra moisture and there's going to be a little more instability for these things to work with. I think what we are seeing here for the most part is a lack of instability able to like combat this. Okay, so here are some positive trends. Note up here for us in Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma, the Weather Service continuing this as a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, again, I don't want to see any warning, but they are also in the belief here that it's losing that environment to be able to sustain tornado development. And since one did not touch down there, it likely won't as it leaves the better environment for tornadoes. So again, cautiously optimistic on this front, even though we do have active tornado warnings. Let's go check in on this guy up here. Thank you for that. If you are just joining us, welcome. I am meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We are tracking 4 active tornado warnings. We've not touched much on the snow since we've had some nasty tornado, at least one nasty tornado on the ground. If you like talking and tracking weather or just want to stay informed, you have come to the right place. If you want to join this amazing weather community, a lot of friends online right now telling me where they live and where they're sending me some weather reports. I love that. So thank you guys for participating in that. Please hit that subscribe button or hit the thumbs up. It pushes us out to more people. We can let them give a heads up. But thank you guys for all of the reports. Yeah, so that is part of it. We are still dealing with it now. The thing that is fueling this round of severe weather at night is going to be the wind energy. So there's the meso-analysis. What I'm going to do now is I'll kind of show you. Let me pull up. I'm going to keep this on. I'm going to loop that for you while I pull up what I want to show you what's going to be fueling the overnight portion of this. So, and while I pull this up again, welcome everybody. Please hit that subscribe button. Please hit the thumbs up. I would love that. I'd appreciate it. Alrighty, so I want to pull up this over here, and I'm just talking to myself, as I typically do. So it's nice to have you guys to talk to. Then I want to go to So this is basically what's going on. I don't know if you've ever heard of the low-level jet before, but it's basically a little wind maximum that develops as you get into the evening that helps to just transport humidity, moisture north. But what we're looking at here is the wind at about 1,500 feet above the surface, and we're pretty much right there now at about 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Central. And you kind of see here where the winds are really strong. So this is showing up where I just drew here. Winds of about 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour, about 1,500 feet. A lot of you guys have mentioned throughout the day about the clouds moving fast. This is that wind energy, not only from the low-level jet, but we also have the dip in the jet stream here that has a nice little jet streak rounding the base of that trough. And that is going to help to enhance that severe weather threat, even though we lose some of the instability that we did generate throughout the day. So the wind energy is going to be the reason why we are able to still sustain a severe weather threat overnight and then again into tomorrow. Wow, I appreciate that. Thanks, Jonathan. That's awesome, man. That's fantastic. I love that. All right, so that we have storm spotters reporting in McIntosh County that the rotation is weakening there. Loving the trends. Again, loving the trends there. I know we still have active tornado warnings, but I'm loving the trends, and I love that we don't have any active reports of anything on the ground right now. Let me pause this. Let's go into Arkansas. This is just to the east of Little Rock where we have a tornado warning continuing. Got some rotation. It's nothing crazy. Reflectivity. I mean, that thing looks a little sad. That's good. Due east of Tulsa. So let's take a look at this due east of Tulsa one. Okay, we were able to just drop one tornado warning here. That's great. Okay, all good at the moment. Just going to refresh the radar. Sometimes you need to give it a little kick just to make sure that it's getting all the data in. All right, so that was the one near Miami. That's the one. Looks like we have a bunch of new people that have just found the live stream. Welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to take a look towards Hugo at some of these storms here. We still have one active tornado warning in East Oklahoma, to the east of Oklahoma City, to the west of Fort Smith, Arkansas. I didn't either until tonight. I'm going to be honest. I hope we're pronouncing it right. That'd be a big screw up if Miami. Actually, I don't think I think there actually is something like that around the country. I can't remember where it was, but I think there's something like that pronounced. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for tuning back in again. You stay safe as well. Get some sleep. And we'll catch you next time. Thanks for joining in again. Always good to see you, my friend. And for those that are just joining us, welcome. We're going to head back down toward the Texas-Oklahoma border. I'm going to switch the radar here. So, yeah, we're watching these ones in and around Hugo. It's a little guy, but there might be a little bit of rotation on that one near Hugo. Yeah, they happen every now and then, especially when you get like a supercell that splits. There's an anticyclonic one, there's a cyclonic one. Typically, the anticyclonic one then fizzles out quickly. So it was that one. I knew that there was a Miami that looked like Miami, but it wasn't pronounced like Miami. So, Ann, we were wrong. I knew there was one place in the country, and that's what it was. All right. We're gonna go to this one here. Hugo's this really starting to produce some hail on the Hugo storm. And there's that little hail core. I'm trying to figure out the best radar to use. And it's going to be the one out of Oklahoma City. That's what we're going to stay on here. I'm going to turn that off. And then again, we're going to be up in Valiant. I think we're going to get, we'll kind of hopefully split the difference. This is the next cell that we're going to watch, and it's going to get really close to Valiant in the next 30 to 45 minutes. I'm with you there. All right, so still watching this. Like the cell continues to grow around Hugo, just down the road from you, my friend. But this one's going to stay away from you and the new truck. And then so far, these ones to your south aren't looking too impressive, but knock on wood, let's keep it that way. You're probably getting some light rain, or at least there's light rain close by in Valiant. And then these ones that are near Sulphur Bluff now are going to be heading towards Idabel and Broken Bow. So there is that. That's a great question. Okay, so I see it both ways all the time. It's OES. There are a couple of school mascots that have it OS, and I think technically it can be either way. But like in all my meteorology books and all that stuff, it's always been OES. So yeah, I would go with OES. That makes me happier anyway. I believe it's Texas because the state is so big. To answer Ann's question on who gets the most tornadoes, and I believe it's Texas. I think the when you bring in density, then it's Oklahoma when you kind of take the size of the state out of it. But I believe Texas sees the most, and then I think Oklahoma's second. Okay, so we are still looking pretty good, guys. We're going to be watching Valiant and Extreme South. Look at the hail core, I think, went down. I think I'm on the wrong radar, though. Yep, the hail core went down. You see it kind of collapsing there. This is the one that was near Hugo, that bright purple color. then turns to red. That's good news. Still going to watch this closely as it enters extreme southeastern Oklahoma. We'll go check back in Arkansas here. And I believe it. I mean, we've got lots of heavy rain. We'll turn on the radar in and around Little Rock. There you go. Crazy rain. And that's why we had that flood watch around. So there it is, Pine Bluff, really Little Rock and points east, and then into Hot Springs. This is why, again, we have that flash flood threat. Again, this is, I think, a positive in the sense that we are not seeing the spinniness. That's not a word. We're not seeing it go crazy in Arkansas right now. And you can thank this. Of course, the secondary threat, though, is that flash flood threat. So be careful if you're out. Tell your cousin again. Make sure if they're watching to, or call them. Make sure they're not driving through anything, because there's a lot of flooding going on, especially in Louisiana, where we do have those flash flood warnings. The good news is things are kind of like piping down in East Oklahoma. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings, but even those are not looking that impressive. They might try to spin up again in that area of like bigger instability. No signs of that right now, at least on a widespread scale. So again, I'm liking what I'm seeing. We're going to head back to Oklahoma, because the ones that have the best opportunity to produce tornadoes right now are going to be in East Oklahoma. And you see that right here. Let me turn on the names. So right there, Eufaula, back in it again. Quentin, we're going to watch that one closely. That one just came out of McAllister. No warning on that, but it certainly has that shape of a supercell thunderstorm. So again, just heads up in Stigler, Quentin, and then points north to that. There is the timeline on that cell for you. Still looking okay in Idabel. Nothing too concerning at this point. Let me get back on the right radar. We're going to go out of Dallas or Oklahoma City. Kind of in that radar dead zone again. But, again, I don't see anything too concerning here at the moment. We're going to keep a close eye on that as it moves into Valiant. These two little guys here could become supercellular as they head towards Idabel, Broken Bow, and then as they close in on the river there. Yeah, and so that's a to go in from that. It's crazy out there, and I think the worst is unfortunately yet to come. Uh, the strongest atmospheric river is still on the way, and then there's another one. I think there are three more by the weekend. So it's crazy. Hey Rob, there is some rain heading to I almost said to Hawaii. I don't know what the heck I'm thinking of. Yes, there is some rain to heading to Ohio tomorrow. So here's the future high res radar that I'm going to show you. And this is at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you see some of that rain like Columbus and points to the west through Cincy. It's raining heavily. There we go towards 5 a.m. and pretty much all of the state of Ohio is in that heavy rain now. So yeah, there's a lot of heavy rain coming for you. I don't think the severe weather threat's all that high. Maybe an isolated strong thunderstorm embedded in there, but I think for the most part you are going to be good. Yeah, I think that's a good bet. Middle Tennessee, I think just a few scattered showers. So there you go. Maybe a stray shower there by midnight. And then the heaviest stuff, though, for Middle Tennessee still looks like it's going to come in. There's 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning just to the west of Nashville at the bottom of your screen. And you probably can't see that because I'm covering it up with your thing. But it's right at the bottom here. Living the dream. Stay safe, my friend, if you are in fact doing that. But there's Nashville right here at the bottom of your screen. You can kind of see it. Here's Gainsboro. And then, so that is at 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning. And then there's 11 o'clock to noon. And then it's raining heavily there. So your severe weather threat is really from about 9 a.m. till about 1 p.m. Absolutely. Makes you never want to get out of the bed. All right, so we're going to take a look. We're still doing okay in southeast Texas. I mean, southeast Oklahoma and northeast Texas. I do, and I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. No, please tell me how to say it. Gainsborough. I love it. I love it. That's fantastic. Thank you for that. That's awesome. All right, so right now, for all the new people that are joining, we have one active tornado warning on the north and northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas right now. The tornado warnings in Oklahoma have been allowed to expire. We're watching a couple of these little guys here, and really, if we get through the next hour, I'm optimistic that we're going to keep the tornado-y side of things down a little bit. We're going to watch these cells moving to the southwest or southeast of Valiant coming out of Texas. And then the one that just moved through Hugo, but it was not able to sustain its hail core. So I am cautiously optimistic that we're going to see things weaken. Do we have another tornado warning pop up in Arkansas? Let's check this out. I mean, in Louisiana. So let's pause that. velocity. And we do. Okay, so we're going to watch this closely here. Let me turn on. So Chatham, if you know anybody in Chatham, this looks like a nasty one here. This one just popped up. Eros, Chatham. This is to the east of where that other big one was. So this is, this is primed here. So Chatham, if you know anybody that lives in Monroe, again, want to make sure you let them know because this is, again, back into a nasty situation here. Real quick, I'm going to take a look to see if we have any correlation coefficient dropout again. Does not look that extreme at this point. The rotation is certainly very strong. But again, heads up. And remember, all these times here, because my computer is Eastern time, we're going to be talking about, just subtract an hour here, because it's just using my... Awesome, welcome back. I'm going to be live tomorrow. Yes, sir. I'm going to try to get out a video in the morning about the atmospheric river parade in addition, but there might be severe weather ongoing in the morning, so I might just wrap that all and do a live together. I haven't decided yet. What would you rather have? A straight-up video or just go live a couple times tomorrow? Because I'm struggling with what I should do. Whether to put out a kind of a produced forecast of the atmospheric river or go live just a couple times tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. So insight would be great because there's a lot going on. I am Eastern time. I'm just north of Orlando if you were talking to me. So I'm Eastern time. All right, so the rotation tightening up on this cell near Chatham, Louisiana. So again, if anybody knows of anybody that's watching in Monroe, in Chatham, Brownsville, Louisiana, make sure they know about this. Call or text them. The good thing is everything is severe thunder. Again, it's not a good thing per se, but rather have this than a tornado on the ground. And again, in East Oklahoma, where the environment was a little bit better for tornadoes, we are seeing things not really being able to be sustained. So again, I'm going to give that 2 thumbs up for the moment. Again, cautiously optimistic. So far, we've just had the one report of that big tornado on the ground, but thankfully it appears that it did not hit much in the way of infrastructure. That was in Louisiana, northeast of Jonesboro. Welcome to everybody joining. I see we have a few new people on. Please post where you're watching from. this evening. Again, as we track this severe weather threat, we have 2 active tornado warnings, one in Arkansas, one in Louisiana. Oklahoma, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. If you are finding our stream for the first time, welcome. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, and we talk and track all things weather. If you love to do that, please join our awesome community. We would love to have you. Love getting your storm reports and what you are seeing. You can post that in the comments below, and if you want to join us, hit that subscribe button or give this a thumbs up. That'll help YouTube push it out to more people so that they can be alerted of when we go live, and we can alert them when the nasty weather is coming their way. Lightning and rain starting. All right, so we're going to go back down to you. Change this back over to reflectivity. We're going to go change the radar. And then there we go. There's some of the heavier rain coming through. Now, again, just in the northeast of you, that's where we have the best environment, really right in here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And I don't like you see how that kind of tightened up a little bit, more of a kidney bean shape near Sulphur Bluff. Also near Bagwell. These are kind of moving in this direction. Indiana, we will check on that. So let me go back here. This is what we're looking at. This is at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central. So in southern Indiana soon. And then you see it really pretty much takes over all of Indiana through the course of the overnight. So that's 3 o'clock in the morning up towards Fort Wayne, South Bend, Indianapolis, getting the very heavy rain. Evansville, Louisville, or Louisville. I know there's like 18 different ways to say that one. And then we dry out, and then we get a few more thunderstorms through the course of the day. A little bit of snow on that back end, not in Indiana. So we are going to get back to these guys now. So we're going to watch these close. Again, Valiant, I think we're going to be okay. Watching this for our friend in Valiant here. The cell is starting to get a little beefy near Detroit. This is down in Texas and Oklahoma, not Detroit, Michigan. And then this guy here, we talked about Northeast Texas having a little kind of like a blip of decent environment for tornadic development here. So for all the new people that are watching, please post in the comments where you're watching from. We'd love to know. We'd love to know what the weather is like where you are tuning in from. Looks like it might have a new tornado warning in. Refresh that radar. Okay, it looks like that's going to change to a tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma on this guy here, on one of the two. Let's check out which one it's going to be. Probably that southern one there. Oh, yeah. So this one going to be, again, for Pittsburgh County. Absolutely. Thanks for coming back in. All right, so yeah, this one's going to be upgraded. The severe thunderstorm warning here. This is to the west of Fort Smith, Arkansas, still in Oklahoma, near Quinton, Oklahoma. We were on this one a little earlier, and now it has kind of found that environment that some of the other ones did, and there it goes. That red box is popping up on your screen. That is the tornado warning for Quinton, Oklahoma. And there it is. Thank you, Jonathan, for that. That's the one that we are watching. Take you full screen here. Put that into motion. And again, so Porham, Sims, Tamaha, Stigler, Quinton, this is on top of us now. Going to check some reports. Thank you for all of that great information there on what is going on. Okay, so this environment has also been worked over by a few more storms, so hopefully we see this kind of move into stable air and weaken. The only thing to my knowledge that has touched down was in northeast of Jonesboro, Louisiana. That was about an hour and a half ago. Reported some damage to trees and stuff. But so far, it looked like major structural damage was avoided. All right, so let me get back to check out this one in Arkansas. excuse me, Louisiana. Well, yeah, it's still going strong here. This one in Louisiana, very, very tight couplet right there. Let's check to see. Okay, there's no debris signature, so that's good. Doesn't mean that there's not one on the ground, but we're not seeing any radar confirmation anyway. That is a flash flood warning. Okay, it is not confirmed by a chaser. So a new tornado warning is also just coming out for Monroe. That's going to be out shortly. That was just put into the Weather Service chat by the National Weather Service in Shreveport, which his jurisdiction is Monroe. So again, we talked about Monroe earlier, even before that warning was going to be issued. There is where the tornado would be. It's kind of drifting off into this direction. So Brownsville, Balcomville, heads up. Again, you want to be in your safe place now. Yeah, and this is going to be ugly if we don't get rid of this circulation soon. We need this to fall apart. We don't want this thing to be put on the ground anywhere, but certainly not as it heads towards Monroe. So hopefully this thing goes away. Back in the chat room, I don't know if there's a chaser on this. I don't think that there is at the moment. Absolutely. Let's hope this thing starts weakening very, very quickly. I'm going to put the... So there you see it jogging to the east. You can see the rotation in this thing. Like, look at the loop here. You can see the red kind of rotating around the green there. So there is some strong rotation here heading towards Monroe. So hopefully, if people are taking this seriously, if you know of anybody in Monroe, let them know that this is coming through. I hope that there are bells and whistles going off. The warning, to my knowledge, has not been issued just yet. It has not come through on the Weather Service chat either. So yeah, southeast of Arrows, there it is. I mean, this thing continues to tighten up. There is no confirmation of this thing being on the ground by a storm chaser or anything like that. I'm going to check again. Not seeing a dropout doesn't mean that there's not a tornado on the ground. I mean, that is a very, very powerful circulation there. Again, we are decently far away from the radar. Let me back this up. Turn the radar sight back on. So they just issued that new tornado warning that'll pop up on the screen momentarily. That just came out. So I mean, we're looking at about 6,500 feet up. So that's decently high. So we're seeing the mesocyclone. We're not actually seeing the tornadic circulation. We're seeing that the spin of the storm itself that could eventually go into producing a tornado. So that's one of the reasons. I mean, but this is a very healthy circulation. Turn on the reflectivity. Again, if you know anybody in Monroe, they need to be taking cover immediately. If anybody's just joining us on the live stream here, welcome. If you know anybody in Monroe, if you live in Monroe or around Monroe, Brownsville, Balcomville, safe place right now. This is a very serious situation. Again, it's not confirmed on the ground, but even right there, the couplet is tightening up, and it looks like we have a secondary one right back in here too. Okay, so this is going to be signs that this is going to be a cyclic supercell, meaning that they cycle, and it's one of those things where, okay, if this circulation loses, if this circulation kind of loses out here, this one could take over. I saw that happen back in 2010 in Albert Lee, Minnesota. There was a scenario like that. You can see the two tornadoes on video. The one kind of move out, and the next one be the dominant one. You know, it could be if it does produce. Still no confirmation there if this is producing anything. I'm going to circle both of these now. There's the main one. There's the secondary one. We're going to take a look. Not a dropout. I'm going to go back and take a look at the chat here. All right, so it looks like we have a ham radio operator at 546 and 838 northeast of Arrows. Hopefully that person is being safe, and it looks like they're going to be on this road here. So we do have somebody in that area to be able to see if they'll be able to tell us if something is on the ground. So now we're just kind of watching and waiting here for the new radar scan. So yeah, we're gonna keep this live stream rolling until it crosses Monroe. Hopefully nothing crosses Monroe. Hopefully this is just a nasty thunderstorm that does not produce damage, but there is going to be the potential here for a tornado moving through the Monroe, Louisiana area. Again, there is nothing confirmed. There's nothing on the ground at this point, but this rotation is extremely strong. Let me turn on the reflectivity. There's still some rotation in this one north of Monroe in southern Arkansas. It's certainly not as pronounced as the one down in here. I just took a look at that where we're going to be working out of the Shreveport radar again as we take another look. There is your tornado vortex signature. So we're going to highlight this again. Right in there. Embedded supercell, high precip supercell, so you're not going to be able to see this. Number one, it's dark out. Number two, it's wrapped in rain. Velocities are still coming in strong. Storm relative velocities are even stronger. Still no dropout. Doesn't mean there's no tornado, but we should hopefully be able to get... Okay, and it looks like that weakening trend that we thought might happen in eastern Oklahoma is happening. So that is good for our friends watching in Oklahoma. I know we have at least one. Okay, so here was the... Whoops, too far. It does. So it does look weaker on that last scan. So we're going to see, remember it had that potential to be cyclic or a cycling supercell. So we will wait to see if it's a trend or if it's just a little blip. So that's where you kind of hold your breath a little bit as you're kind of forecasting this and tracking this in real time. As we get the next radar scan, then in the next couple of minutes, we will be able to determine what's going on here. So we're kind of just like anxiously awaiting this next radar scan. Should be in a couple of minutes. But again, if you are just joining us, I see we have a few new people watching. Welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We talk and track all things weather here. Be careful if you're watching from Monroe, Louisiana. You're under a tornado warning right now. There is a very nasty storm just to your southwest. Here is Monroe at the top of the screen. This is the concerning part. Again, the most dangerous portion of this storm is going to be moving towards Brownsville, Bochamville, and then into Monroe. These hash marks here are about 15-minute increments. So that is going to put this storm in Monroe at about 8:10. I think those times are going to be off because we don't have an updated location. That was when it was back here. So, I mean, you need to be in your safe place right now. All right, so while we're waiting on that new radar scan there, again, heads up again, Brownsville, Bochamville, Monroe, bigger population centers for sure. Same for us in Claiborne. You need to be in your safe place. There is the kind of the spin. Certainly looks a little weaker. Again, this is nothing to play around with. You need to be in your safe place. Don't go try to see this thing. It's wrapped in rain and it's dark outside. If you are watching from this area, I'm going to take us back to Oklahoma for a second, and we are going to take a look at what's going on in East Oklahoma. There is some damage reported in Jonesboro, but according to a chaser that was on the ground, he's not seeing anything structural. He mentioned that he saw some trees down, some bigger trees down, but it did not appear to be some significant structural damage. The tornado kind of went through, I think, 3 or 4 miles to the east of Jonesboro, so it spared the town, and it created some tree damage. That's the best of my knowledge right now from one storm chaser source. There may be another one in a different area, but right now I think things are looking pretty good, even though there was a large tornado near Jonesboro about an hour and a half ago. I will be, Ethan. I will be streaming live tomorrow as well, as we're going to have another round of severe weather coming through. Okay, so let me turn on reflectivity. Let's go back to... Okay, we're really going to be watching these guys now, okay? So, there's Valiant again. There's Idabel. There's the river. Texas, Louisiana, or Texas-Oklahoma border. Nasty little cell going to head towards Garvin. And just outside of Valiant. No warning on that, but we're starting to see a little bit of a hail core develop. Right in there. West of Talco, Texas, also another little hail core starting to pop up. on those two. So we're going to watch those little guys move on through. Let's see if we have a new scan coming in. So let's go back. Okay, we're on the Shreveport radar already, so we can work out of Shreveport for both cells. And let's turn on the velocity, and let's hope it looks better. Indifferent. I think it looks just maybe a touch better. So, golf ball size hail being reported with this storm. So, this is a beast. So, they're west of Monroe. So, there's that darker purple there. That's the hail core. Gosh, gorilla hail. I think it's when it gets to be like really gargantuan. I think is that's what it's officially known as. But like you need to get up to like grapefruit for that gargantuan title, like 4 or 5 inch hail. Like that's the crazy. I mean, that literally comes down to like shatters cars. I mean, quarters could do it, but the hail on east of the Rockies is crazy in the plains. Kansas, Oklahoma, East Colorado, West Texas. I mean, that's the hail capital. There's some crazy, crazy stuff. South Dakota. I mean, right up in Tornado Alley because you need supercells to produce that kind of stuff. All right, latest scan comes in. I do think it's a positive trend into Monroe. Again, you can't be letting your guard down. This is going to be here in a few minutes in that 810, 812-ish area. But I do like that trend, even though we still have a nasty couplet. Green wind going toward the radar. Red wind going away from the radar. There's the circulation that's spinning that way and then moving in that direction. Okay, this is that one near Stigler, back in Oklahoma, doing a little bit of bouncing to the east of Sims. There's certainly rotation there. Perfect. You gotta watch out for those trees. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's just strong thunderstorms. I don't think the tornado threat's all that high for you, but certainly a gust of wind is not out of the question, as you mentioned there. Yeah, it's all about the trees, man. You know, I mean, one gust of wind taking a tree down. So be safe out there, Dwayne. And I'm glad that's what they are saying for you. I'm glad you're prepared. Glad you're watching closely. All right, so maybe let's check out another scan now in Monroe. We should have a fresh one in. It looks even better. Okay. The winds aren't as strong. Oh my gosh, there are a ton of flash flood warnings in here. There were reports like a foot of water on the road because these storms are training. There's just a ton of rain. There's more heavy rain to come moving over Shreveport. Luckily, there's nothing. We had somebody on from San Augustine earlier where there was a tornado warning nearby. Don't know if they're on right now, but if you are, none of this stuff is concerning that's over you now. Just some very heavy rain. Same for us in Shreveport, moving into Mansfield. We're going to take a look at okay, still think things are looking pretty good here in even Northeast Texas, but we're going to watch all these guys to see if they congeal or not. Again, I think things are relatively speaking looking pretty good in Northeast Texas. Again, that's not to say that we're not going to get one. But watch out for that. We're going to check in. I think what's happening here with the Monroe cell, this is back in the Monroe cell. You see how it's kind of like the higher reflect, it goes like this. It kind of, there's that backward C motion in the darker red. We call that occlusion. So the colder air now is kind of rushing in. Looking at the velocity, there's a lot of strong winds here on the rear flank downdraft. Now, this is where you need that rear flank downdraft to push the rotation to the ground. That is the last final component. If it's too cold, it chokes out the tornado. It chokes out the storm. If it's warm enough, again, the temperature and the cloud heights, there's a lot of stuff that go into that. So we're going to be waiting to see if that cycles or if it just kind of blasts right on through and kills it. And all of the above there. So again, I think in the short term, we are doing okay. Still, you need to be locked in your safe place. Brownsville, Bochamville, Monroe, Claiborne, Swartz even. We are under that tornado warning. Sterlington. All of those places. All right, in Valiant, we're doing pretty good. This is going to stay sub-severe as it crosses to the east. This one is going to be to your east. So you're going to be good to go. Again, that one little push later on tonight, but that should be sub-severe. Certainly that tornado threat goes down right after. So I think you're going to be okay there in Valiant. Same for Ida Bell. All right, we're going to do one last check on this Monroe one here. As it kind of goes through, it looks like it tried to tighten up a little bit again. So this is right over Brownsville, Bochamville. Yeah, it's kind of ugly out. I don't know your time for tomorrow. There's going to be a couple of times going through. Here's the full Gulf Coast high-res radar. And there's going to be a couple of rounds. So tomorrow towards Hattiesburg, there you go. This is 11 a.m. I mean, really as early as about 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning in Hattiesburg, you're going to be up for the chance for a few of those discrete supercells. And then that main line crosses through. So that's round one. And then there's round two. So that flash flood threat for you is also going to be pretty high. And then finally, this is done. I mean, it's going to be kind of like a long day with all that stuff. The fog has been insane in Central Florida and across a lot of the Southeast. I do think that we are going to be dealing with the fog again. We have that persistent southerly push of humid air that's going to help to keep the fog around. I believe dense fog advisories are already in play for Flagler County and Marion County in Florida. So we'll probably keep that until we get this cold front to push through on Thursday. I think you guys had advisories in Tennessee as well. So there's a ton of ugly stuff. All right, so let's check in on this thing. Waiting for the new scan. Let's take a look at it from... See, and here's the thing. If you can kind of see, it's like, where's Waldo? Where's the supercell? There's one hidden in here. I'll draw it out. There it is. There's the hook going right over Monroe right now. There's the dovetails of... So it is a completely rain-wrapped tornado-warned cell going right through Monroe. So it didn't choke it out. It did help to strengthen it. And there you go. That rear flank downdraft was coming through. It helped to tighten the circulation as what they typically do. This back here, that wind pushing away from the radar, going in that direction, going towards, so it tightened it up a little bit. It's not to say that there is a tornado on the ground, but the strongest part of the storm crossing I-20 into Monroe as we speak. So we're going to know pretty quickly if there's something on the ground right now. Again, it wasn't as strong as it was back to the southwest about 30 minutes ago. It tightened up a little bit as it's moving through Monroe, the couplet here. There was a chaser on it because they reported hail, and we're still not seeing any of those reports. So, again, cautiously optimistic. Let me zoom this back out. Let's check to see. All right, still that same tornado warning in East Oklahoma. Again, we're good over there into Valiant. There's Monroe, waiting to see if there's any report from that chaser we had on here. Velocity, let's go to storm relative. Okay, good. There's no... Okay, they continued the tornado warning until 7:45 Central Time, so another 25 minutes. It has lost its hail core. Again, that is good. There is the supercell. Strongest part of the storm is now over Monroe. Let's take a look at that. Weather Service says that it's the cell, the rotation is looking a little bit less. I think their updates are a little bit earlier on the radar scan. So there goes the update on the things. We should have the new radar scan coming in. We can take a look at that. And yeah, it's certainly, we have that code. I think that's what it looked like before. We don't have that. These aren't touching anymore. So I think that's good. I think we dodged a kind of a scary bullet there in Monroe. All right, just want to touch on this new tornado warning here west of Fort Smith, and then I've got to run. There is the cell responsible for that tornado warning. This is going to go until it's moving at about 40 miles an hour as well. This is going to go until 8 o'clock. So again, Remy, Tamaha, Brent, Salisa, Atkins, Brushy. That's what we're going to have as well. So be on the lookout if anybody's watching in from there. That's going to be to the west of Fort Smith. That should head towards Cedarville if it holds together in western Arkansas. All right, guys, we are still watching a couple of little itty-bitty guys. There are 3 tornado warnings active. There's nothing actively producing a tornado at this time. Decently strong couplets, but there have been a weakening trend on the one in Arkansas and certainly on the one near Monroe right now. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for the conversations. Thank you for all of your storm reports as well. I couldn't do this live stream without you because we're looking at one storm, and it's nice to get all the other reports for people watching the other cells that are out there because there's just so many. So thank you guys for jumping in and really being a part of this team here, of this weather community. So thank you guys for being a part of this. Thank you for sticking with me for about what? How long have we been on tonight? 4 hours and 35 minutes. And then we were on for a couple hours before. So thank you for spending the day with me. I am glad that so far, anyway, we don't have major damage to report. That will become more clear, and hopefully we continue to dodge this severe weather bullet over the next few days as this system kind of pushes off to the east. Stay safe. If you're watching from the plains in the snow and ice storm, ice is ugly. We can touch more on that tomorrow as well, as that will still be cranking up overnight. As well, we're going to be live again tomorrow. The severe weather threat does not stop tonight. It continues overnight and into the next couple of days, so we're going to be live streaming again. I'm going to try to get out a regular video as well in the morning for the ridiculous atmospheric river that is going to continue to Western California, especially. Again, this is no joke. If you know anybody out there, it's been a long, long time since it's been this wet. And, I mean, there are going to be significant mudslides in California, significant flash flooding. I think the worst is yet to come. The atmospheric river coming, I think, in the middle of this week is going to be insane. The Sierras are going to get crushed with snow, but I mean, we could still have another 4 to 8 inches plus of rain coming through on the west coast of California. So again, heads up for that. Thank you guys so much for joining. Again, we're going to have much more on that and the next round of severe weather tomorrow. That's awesome you were there. I watched for like 2 minutes and then hopped back on the live stream. So I saw when they were winning 1-0. And then I came to the live stream. I do see Penn State is playing in the Rose Bowl. That's my school. That's my squad. I did see the push alerts come through that they are at least beating up on Utah right now. I'm sure we'll blow it because we were beating up on USC, 7 years ago when we were in the Rose Bowl as well? So, anyway, that's why I was wearing my Penguin shirt. I got to switch to Penn State now. Alrighty, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for all of your reports. Again, if you are new here, if you're finding us for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We talk and track all things weather. Please give this video a thumbs up. Please consider subscribing. And again, we'll catch you tomorrow. Please stay safe. Make sure you have a way to get your watches and warnings overnight and then again over the next couple of days. Thank you guys so much.